知ることがないなら、私が遊びに連れて行ってあげましょうか。
Hey, what's up, wrong person? Yo, what's up, Clara? Wrong person? Spartan? 5 a.m. and I haven't slept to what? I ate an orange. It tasted like rhubarb. What? If it looks like an orange and it tastes like rhubarb, then what is it? It's like I heard the whole saying, like if it looks like an apple, tastes like an apple, then it must be an apple. But then like what about, you know, what about this situation? What do we do? What do we do here? All I know is suffering. Oh geez. Also like, why haven't you slept, man? What happened? People are clearing Abyss with Arlecchino in 4 seconds. Wow. Congratulations to them, you know, like they had an literally got an Abyss is made for the character, and they use the character the Abyss was made for, and they're speed running it with that character. So like, congrats, I guess. Also, like, I think this has got to be one of the most broken what what one of the most broken like abyssal moon blessing, whatever it's called, that we've gotten so far, right? Like we've had like pretty good ones. I'm sure we've had better ones than this one, but like this one though is like brain dead easy to proc. You just do any pyro reaction, right? Like what was it, burgeon, burning, like something, like basically every pyro reaction, and then you get like -30 like what is it, resistance, all resistant, including physical, right? Like my brain's going 10 billion miles a minute. Oh geez. Yep, I think I know that feeling. Like your body is just dead tired, but your brain just like nope, you ain't sleeping, nope, you're gonna stay awake with me. Let's I've also experienced a lot of times where it's the opposite, where like my brain is tired but my body is not. Happy birthday to me. Hey, happy birthday, Abby. Why is Naida so pixelated? Because it's, you know, like I'm lazy and I couldn't figure out a better way to zoom in on OBS. I want to sleep, but daylight is harassing my eyes. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. You know, like I don't know if it would work. You know what? While I'm rambling, I might as well start doing dailies. And my speakers aren't working anymore. Okay. I don't like. I haven't experienced that anymore. Like since I got older. But about maybe 6-ish years ago, 5-6 years ago, was I think the last time I experienced that, and I never really did this thing that I used to do that I do now, like that helps me fall asleep. Like I just watch a science YouTube video. I like science, so like my brain is like, oh, this is interesting, but then like my normal human self is like, fall asleep. This is science. It's boring. But then I'm like, oh man, this is so cool knowledge, and then like it's like a lullaby to me. It honestly does feel like a lullaby to me. So like if I can't fall asleep, I'll just watch or listen to a video like that. Um, and then like at some point I'm gonna fall asleep. But I don't know if it would have worked 6 years ago, or six or more years ago when I was much younger. I don't know if you would want to try that. Happy birthday, Pyro Amber Enjoyer. Why am I doing daily commissions? I have this. Yeah, I don't need daily commissions. Also, man, I've noticed Hoyo has been really stingy on encounter points lately. So when they first introduced it, they like one reward claim was like 1 point, and at some point it was like more than 1 point. And then I noticed it gradually got lower and lower. And then like we're like one like stage in the event that gets unlocked on that day would only get you like 3.5 points. So, and then I was like, okay, I get it. Like they still want me to do the daily commissions because like they want me to consume the content that they made. Okay, fine. I'll do one daily commission and I'll do your event. And then like now, even if I claim 3 of these, you know, which I can get after like completing one stage that gets unlocked on one day, it'll only get me 2.5 points. Like they're getting stingy. They probably noticed, wow, interaction with daily commissions is really plummeted. And I'm like, well, duh. Of course it would. Who likes doing daily commissions? Who likes doing chores? Need a pyro, dude. For one side. Yeah, sure. All right, let's go with autopilot. Team autopilot, assemble. I was gonna send money, but I haven't done it yet. No, it's all right, man. Please, just, you know, it's not a requirement. I appreciate it, thank you, but it's not a requirement. Secret amount of money. Oh. I was gonna pull Clorinde, but now I heard Columbina. Oh no! Stop it! Stop! No! No! More? There's more? I heard Columbina's coming in Natlan. Now I'm gonna save till she comes, whether she is playable or not. I need her. Oh, so you need her, yeah. But like, if she's not playable, then what are we gonna do? Uh-oh, no shield. I should not have used my skill there. I spend a specific amount of money soon. What is the specific amount like some special? You know, why a specific amount? Why not just any? Waiting for Columbina since I got child. What about the other harbingers? Like, okay, like, so from that statement makes me think like, oh, are you collecting the harbingers? Did you get the other harbingers too? Hello, what's up, man? I'm sorry, I wish I could read your name. Korean name, right? Yeah, I think that's Korean. Forgive me. I've never been outside my own country. I've never tasted air from another country, so forgive my ignorance. It's weird to see Dongli on that. I usually go double hydro cookie nahida. Double hydro cookie nahida. My speaker stopped working again. Darn it. Come on, man. I know you're 20 years old now, but like, you could do it. Come on, I'm like older than you. I'm older than you, and I'm still alive. You know, I'm like bitter, angry all the time, and cynic, but I'm still alive. So like, you at 20 years old, I'm sure you'll be fine. Sorry, cynical. Me, English, good no. You know anyone named Nazunai anymore? Before Nazunai. Whoa, is that you? I remember someone named Nazunai, like from like way long ago. Like the the medieval times. Really? Yo, long time no see, man. How you been? I usually put Zhongli in there mostly just so I can turn my brain off. It's just right, because there's no, the team has no nothing in the form of resistance interruption. So and Nahida is my on fielder because I need to dish out as much hydro, or sorry, dendro application, because Nahida, like, just relying on Nahida's Seeds of Skanda to apply dendro is like, it's fine, but you're gonna get a lot more dendro seeds if you normal attack on Nahida. And you know, like, Nahida's not exactly a tanky little girl. So yeah, I just mainly put Zhongli in there because, like, it's you know, like, Hyper Bloom is one of those teams that you know exactly your three characters, but then like the fourth character, nobody knows who it's gonna be. Like, if I had an Alhaitham, it would easily be Alhaitham always, but I don't. So, you know, if it's not gonna be someone that helps me, if it's not gonna be somebody that helps me kill enemies faster than I already can, then it's gonna be someone that can allow me to turn my brain off. $90K? What is happening? Oh, it's the buffs, the event buffs. Jeez, 40K and like not vaping. What are these event buffs, jeez? The buffs are broken. I think they are, because like, I don't ever remember my Xiangling getting anywhere near 90K a vape. Yeah, how have you been, Nazunai? What have you been doing since then? How's life treating you? I find the extra Hydra application helps a lot though, even if it's Farina. Um, so who do you on field in a team like that? Like, are you on fielding Nahida? Is your Nahida applying? Are you just normal attacking on Nahida? Just Yelan slash Xingqiu is barely fast enough. Hmm. Well, I guess that makes sense, yeah, because Nahida's Dendro application from her skill is like she applies so much Dendro. Like it's not so much like so fast, but it's just like each application is like you can put a lot like so much hydro in there before the Dendro is gone. Hydro on field with autos. Cookie heals her and double hydro for procs and damage. So don't you get okay? You probably don't like turn. You probably aren't lazy like me, where you just want to turn your brain off and just spam normal attacks. So I imagine you probably at least dodge enemies, right? Because like, Farina, like Yelan and Farina, like let's say you need Xingqiu for the other side or something, means you don't have damage reduction and or resistance to interruption, but you do have the healer, which is fine. But if you're not dodging attacks, then it's gonna be annoying. But as long as you're not like me, as long as you're not like me, it's fine. Hydro-MIX. What do we want? Let's see. Da, 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 da. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. All right. First, I think I would like just rational here, just so. Uh, First, gotta make sure she's on the right build. Nope, she's not on the right build. Oh, wait. What is my cookie on? Oh, jeez. No wonder why she wasn't killing them. No wonder why she was healing enemies. Oh, boy. What a, you know, what a great player, right? What a great player. Doesn't even bother to check if their character's on the right build. Uh, where's the... Oh, I think it was, yeah, there. It's nice watching your streams again. Well, glad to have you back, man. I was hospitalized, so yeah. Hospitalized for like this whole time? Or are you saying just recently? Like, since then? Hopefully not. Not really. Cookie heals more than enough. She does, yeah. And I shred enemies pretty fast. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. Like, whether it's like any two of Yelan, Xingqiu, or Farina, like, yeah, they go through enemies really fast. Half the time. It's been like a year. I don't know, 2 years maybe. It's been so long, really. You've been in the hospital for like this whole half of this whole time. Man, what happened? I mean, if you don't mind talking about it, like, what, like, how are you feeling now, though? I can't imagine being hospitalized for that long. Jeez, that's awful. Electro damage. Cookie on. Yeah, sure. We'll go with Hyper Bloom. All right. That's okay. That works. I'm okay now, so all is good. Like if you don't mind, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer, but like what happened, man? Like what did you get? Both my Cookie and Nahida are close to 1k EM, so I get big procs on both the bloom and hyper blooms. Oh, nice, nice. Like one of the things that I realized recently, so for quite a long time, I've often thought that Raiden is a better hyper bloom procer, because I think Raiden's like E procs, like the AoE is like so big, and the fact that they proc at the enemy where the blooms are coming from, like it's more likely that the bloom seeds are gonna get hit by the electro. And then okay, and then for like until but that was back then when I never used Raiden Shogun for hyper bloom, but recently, I've finally started to use Raiden Shogun for a Hyper Bloom as a Hyper Bloom blocker, and I realized there is also actually a downside to it. Like other than the fact that you have no healing, but the downside is that if if you're fighting enemies that have like a shield, like let's say a Lecter, right? Like sorry, is it a Lecter? No, not Lecter. Hydro, no, Electro Herald. Herald, I think, is the guy that doesn't move, that doesn't walk, the one that floats. So because you're not doing damage, you're not proccing Raiden's E. So on top of that, if the enemy is like very mobile and it keeps moving around, and the bloom seeds that you created are here now, but the enemy is like over there, you can't just like with Cookie, you could just go to the bloom seeds and then like Cookie's ring, electro ring is gonna hit the seeds because you could decide where your electro procking is because you could just go there. But with Raiden, you can't decide. Like you have like the electros over there where the enemy is, but if your bloom seeds are over here, then like you have no choice. You're just gonna have to wait for those to become blooms. And the thing with like blooms though is your how much EM and or like the character level like is calculated from whoever procced it, which could be either your Hydro or your Dendro character. Dendro is sure fine, like maybe Nahida, right? Like usually you build it with EM, sure, great. But like which Hydro character nowadays is built with EM, right? Unless if it's a Nilu team. I had a major operation. My stomach. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear that. I hope you're fully recovered now. I hope there's like no more like um like post surgery, like like the pain, like the skin isn't fully regenerated yet. I hope like because I've never really I'm knock on wood. I've never really gone under any form of like major surgery. Like the most major surgery I've ever had on myself was just like the one to remove my wisdom teeth, because they were what's the word? They were the dentist referred to them as impacted. So and like which means they're growing forward instead of upward. Like my bottom wisdom teeth, they were growing forward towards my molars. So they had to be removed, and because like 80 a solid 80-90% of them were under my gums, and only like a small portion of them were exposed, so like the dentist had to like cut open like a giant hole in my gums, and because the tooth was growing forward, she couldn't just pull it out, so she had to like break it apart into pieces before she could pull out the pieces. um Took me, I don't know, like the first one I think was the worst one. Took me like 2 or 3 months for it to fully recover, where I could finally start eating solid foods because the hole was just so big. And then like the hole itself was still open for like another 2 years. Um, it wasn't hurting or anything anymore, but like food could still get in there, and like it was very jarring to me that sometimes when I look in the mirror, after eating, I would look in the mirror to make sure there's no rice in there, there's no food stuck in there, and then I would see something white, and then I'm thinking like there's no more tooth in there. So what is that white? Is that food? And then like I would just keep rinsing and rinsing, and like sometimes I would try to use a toothpick to try and get at it, and I'm like, why is this hard? And then I realized, wait, that's my jaw. That's my jawbone. Like what? it's so jarring to me. And then I'm like, am I okay? But yeah, like oh hey, what's up, Mr. Nice Live Guy? Good to see you, man. Just woke up. Currently 6:03. Oh, you know what? Hey, good morning, guys. Spartan, good morning to you too as well. It's probably 6 over there. Your day is started, even though your previous day hasn't ended because you didn't go to bed. Hey, like it's what day is it? It's Friday. TGIF. Yeah, no sleep, but it's Friday. I was told by the doctor that open wound usually takes years to fully heal. Yeah, like by fully, like that's like to the when they say fully, that's the point where you just feel like it's normal tissue. Like you don't feel like like you just forget that anything happened. Yeah, like most doctors are very they never really want to be too optimistic when they speak to their patients. Like they want to make sure that they speak like they say positive things at the minimum. Yeah, like when they say fully, not just like it's fully closed, but when they say fully, it really means like even inside, like even underneath, like where you won't feel anything anymore. What were the enemies here? Okay, yeah, that's right, Okay, first half will be my actual an actual Hyper Bloom team with the proper build. Yeah, we're good. Okay, and over here, something fun where I hope it's not gonna be cringe because the slimes are probably gonna be flying all over the place and I'm gonna have to chase them down. But hey, I hope it's not gonna be cringe. The real issue is that I can't go double hydro. Double hydro for my other teams. Pyro Amber now. Pyro Amber. Wait, you have Yoimiya? I'm surprised. Like I really never pegged you for that the kind of player that would want Yoimiya. Okay, I'm just surprised, man. Very surprised. Yeah, but like if you have Yunjin, then Yelan, even Yelan, like Yelan does not apply. I think between Yelan, Farina, and Xingqiu, I think Farina applies the least amount of Hydro in a single target scenario. But it's not very far behind Yelan's Hydro app, I think. And Yelan I think is a very good pair for Yoimiya because like the ramp up, damage buff, and like my whale friend's account, like he has this team that I use it every week, like every week against the Scaramouche boss. Nowadays I don't really farm the Scaramouche boss anymore because like we have a new boss already. So it's not the Scaramouche boss is not the three newest bosses anymore, but it's so convenient because like so he has C2 Zhongli, which means I get the shield when I burst, and I burst on Zhongli. I Yelan double E because he also has C1 Yelan. Actually, I think he has C2 Yelan. Double E and then Yelan Q and then Yunjin E, Yunjin Q, and then like go on Yoimiya and then press E and then like I have a keyboard shortcut so that to start my auto clicker and I'm just like, all right, like okay, I can alt tab for a moment. I can alt tab for a minute. It's really cool though. It is, however, kind of annoying, I think, to max out Yunjin. Like, if you really want to fully max out Yunjin, like, you usually want to have, like, defense, set effects, which I think we only have one set, right, which is like the husk thing. And so that plus maybe 2-piece emblem so that you get ER, a bit more ER, so that you need a little bit less ER substance. And but you also need to have a crit rate substance, you know, on top of being defense mix stats, so that you can proc Fagonia's Lance. Because your Yunjin is likely to be only going to be on the field for like once a rotation, you're gonna have to, you know, it's like she's really gonna need help with generating energy. Unless if you just got so lucky that you have like somehow 300 ER on her, if that's even possible. Then maybe you can go for a defense weapon. Okay, I think, alright, 20k, yeah, that looks appropriate. I think these are the proper hyper booms that we're doing now. 30k. I think I missed one. Oh no. We got one. Hey, what's up, Bailu? Usually remember me for another VTuber. Sorry, what? So sorry, bye. Oh, alright. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Bailu. Oops. I really should pay attention. I'm not paying attention anymore. What teams are you running this abyss? It's Hu Tao double hydro for the first half, and Nivellet and Shengling. Like Nivellet Hyper Bloom, like with Nahida, Raiden Shogun, and Shengling. Like, yeah, really. Shengling, but like with as much ER as I can put on her. On one of my lowest ER on her, I think, is like 230 on my third account. I think that's this account. Yeah, 230. And the highest ER I can get on her, I think, is on my second account or main, which is like 250, 260-ish. And I think around 240 is like 240 to, and above is like the sweet spot, where you could just run Shengling there with no Bennett, and as long as you're fighting enemies that actually drop particles, then like you'll get your burst at the very least. You're gonna get your burst by the next rotation, unless if you're fighting an enemy that's like enemies that are so tanky and drop very few particles, tanky that they won't die before your next rotation, which means you don't get your particles from the enemies. Then yeah, like you might come up short on energy. And if the enemies are like moving like all over the place, that Goba can't hit them and give you pyro particles for Shingling. But yeah, like really weird team, but Nivellet, Hyperbloom, and Shangling in the team, like just a random Shangling in the team, really makes the Baptist dude at the end of floor 12 so much easier. My sickness is playing with me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mighty. I hope you feel better, man. Have you seen Sino from Brazil? Sino from Brazil? What is that? Oh, wait. Are you talking about what's his name? The new Electro character? Like the one that got drip marketed recently? I'm from Brazil. Is a VTuber called Raquel. His model looks so much like Sino. Ah, okay. Interesting. Does he play Genshin? Like, do you think maybe he based it off of Sino? I should probably mention I'm running the weird boat boat key weapon on my cookie, so she has plenty of HP and EM as a result. Wow, I'm so jealous, man. I have so few weapons. Like I really want that for my I really want that for my cookie as well. And like maybe one day I will finally be able to get Nilou. There's a small part of me that wants a Nilou as well. Electro!
みんなは俺が守れ。くらえ。
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
Oh, I don't need the Xingqiu. Here.
無我の
It's all Hydro. Well, now I need Xingqiu.
見切りました。みんながそばにいてくれるわ。絆。
ルオパー、いいよ。話が通じない。
How much ER is like comfy on Xiangling? Because like I feel like so my main account, if I'm on an attack stance on the Xiangling over there, is she has like a little bit less than 210, and it's comfortable in some situations, but like in a couple of situations, I find myself quite short on energy. So like I'm really confused. Is 210 actually good on her? Because like it seems to have been working for me for a very long time, except recently, with a lot of the new enemies that we've gotten. What did Raiden Shogun say? Niginichima something Arusen? I think Japanese sounds really cool. I wish I could learn Japanese. Although I might be biased. You know, because like I watch anime. I only have 202 on her. On Fav too. 202 on Fav means you have more ER than me. Because the catch gives more ER than Fav. Alright, remember, Fav only gives 31, I think. 31 ER. Whereas the catch gives like 45, I think. Don't quote me on that. I think that's not exact, but I'm very sure that the catch gives more ER. Like when I say you have more ER than me, I mean like in your substats. I got 11 in a history test. 11 like ranking? Or like 11 score? And now, I'm a broke college student who knows better than to gamble on PNGs of a weapon. My Lisa doing 30k damage. Lisa, huh? I mean, I could do 30k damage on Lisa too. I mean, like, not Lisa doing damage. Which will recharge your characters faster? Recharge? That gives more particles? Yes, that is true. That is true. I think that depends. I wish, like, that is a question for someone who actually knows how to do Genshin math. Zayao, I'm so sorry. Hack, I'll just read your name. As Hakwe? Oh jeez, I don't know how to read your name. I'm so sorry, man. But like, that sounds like a question that can be easily answered by somebody who knows how to do Genshin math. Because I really don't know. But I have wondered that for a long while now. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. 45. 45. Yep. Yeah. So both Fav and the Catch have their pros and cons. So the Catch has lower base attack, but Fav has higher base attack. Right. It has 565 at level 90. It has lower energy recharge than the Catch, but the Catch gives you but Fav gives you white particles, which helps out the whole team's energy, and as well as Xiangling, and makes up for the lower ER. But the Catch has lower base attack, but this passive makes up for that damage as well. So like, I really don't know mathematically. I think I remember testing it out that the Catch does more damage, but I didn't really pay attention to the energy. It's like, it's a little hard to pay attention to energy because like there's no definite amount of, like, it's not like damage where you see a number, right? And like you easily see which one's bigger and lower. Whereas with energy, you have to just base it off of like that image down there on your burst. I accidentally fell asleep while watching. Hey, that's what I do every night. Yeah, literally what I do every night, man. Even when I'm like so sleepy already, where I'm very sure I will fall asleep if I just shut my eyes, I will not. I will like struggle so hard to stay awake long enough that I can open up a YouTube video. Like I would like scroll down on YouTube really quick and watch whatever I think seems like something that I can listen to. And then like, okay, and then I put it down. I put my phone down, face down on the bed next to my head, and then I'll go to sleep.
仕事がまだ終わってません。休んでいいのでしょうか。
Yes, but I'm dealing so little damage with Fab since I can't build good crit 62. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a deal. That's something that you're gonna have to. It's something that you're gonna have to wait for, really, until you get a better build. But whichever you feel like gets your burst up more comfortably, I think you should stick with that for now, because regardless of whether the Catch gives you more damage or Favonius gives you more damage, if you can't burst every rotation, then like what's the point, right? Like Xiangling doesn't do any damage outside of her burst, so if you can't burst, then she's not doing anything. Whether you have like 100 crit damage or 1,000,000 crit damage. Finally put Bennett in my team just to see the power difference. What do you mean finally? Have you never used Bennett before? Literally me watching your stream. Nice Kinder. Wait till he gets to C6. He gets real OP. Stop, man. Stop. You just like to, you just like seeing the world burn, right? It's I mean, like, it's not, I'm not saying it's boring. I'm just saying it seems like you like to see the world burn. Everything burns, I guess. Oh, wrong screen. All right, just swapping accounts. Yeah, no. Okay. I've done everything I need to do. Okay. Why is my phone watching you? Occasionally my phone drops on my face. And I realize, oh, my eyes are closed. Yeah, I've had that happen to me quite a few times. But I'm somebody who hates having bad things happen to him. Like, I hate it so much. Like, losing stuff. What else? Losing stuff. Not getting the best value out of like what I've done, like whether it's money I've spent or like time I've spent or effort or anything. Like I learn so quickly on those things. When I think that I've only ever had my phone fall on my face twice in my whole life. Because I just know. I just hate it. I hated it the first time. I hated myself the second time. And then never happened again. Arlecchino is on her way to being my first very OP character. 1900 attack, 62 crit rate. 158 crit damage. Oh, that's pretty good, man. I would recommend if you have artifacts that allow you to do it, maybe swap out a few points of crit damage into crit rate if you have artifacts that allow you to do so. Like maybe trade out like 20, around 20. Yeah, around 20 crit damage for 10 crit rate. Right, so you're closer to like 70, 140. That's gonna give you the most bang for your buck. It's not gonna give you, you're gonna see bigger numbers now, but the higher crit rate will give you more DPS in return, because it's closer to like what is referred to as like the golden ratio of crit rate and crit damage. Hey Bennett, I hate when a character is too OP for being a normal human. Oh, sorry, gentlemen. Alright, well. Okay, first we're gonna make sure that Cookie is actually on the right build. Yes, she is. And how about her? Okay, yes, she is. We do a little trolling. It's trolling when it's temporary, I think. Why are these red? And why are these not red? That's weird. I just started the event. Why are these two not red? It's trolling when it's something that affects somebody temporarily, but I don't think it's considered trolling anymore if it affects somebody and like makes them regret it for the rest of their life. I hope you don't take it as your stream is boring. It really isn't. I just always want to watch your streams longer. No, sure. Like, I understand, man. Like, I do the same exact thing. Hey, thank you for the super, Mr. Nice Life Guy. Should I bring her to level 90? It's because she'll get 10 times more. 10 more crit damage if I do? 10 more crit damage? Oh, are you talking about ascending her? Is your Arlecchino, yeah. Is your Arlecchino 80 out of 80 and not on her final ascension yet? She's an attack scaler, so she's one of the characters that doesn't really get a lot in return from 80 to 90, but you should still take her to her final ascension. Like, just maybe get her to level 80 out of 90. Just get her to her final ascension, and that way you could get her like the final ascension stats from her. Yeah, but then you don't have to level her up all the way to 90. Oh, hey, what's up, Roshan? How you doing, man? One reason why I fell asleep is because I legit woke up, grabbed my phone, saw my resin maxed, and then your stream resin maxed. That always gives me like a mini heart attack all the time. So I think I would be okay with it if I only had one account. Now my problem is I have 3, right? And like I hate it so much when my resin on the 3 different accounts are like mismatched. I hate it so much. So like every time I log in, I'm like, oh, my resin's capped. I want all of them to be capped, like all my accounts to be capped, because at least I'll know, okay, my resin's like going to be like my resin on all 3 accounts. If they're gonna be capped, they're at least gonna cap at the same time, and I'll know when to log in, log in and condense some resin before they cap out. But if they're mismatched, I hate it so much. So like that's why it gives me a mini heart attack when I see resin is maxed out on one of them, and like I immediately, okay, condense something. Like use something just to keep it going. And then like I immediately check the other accounts. Or did I forget? Did you do Abyss? Yes, I did. Yesterday's stream. Yeah, yesterday's stream. 80 out of 80, but her crit damage will go from 140, 155 to 164. Maybe more if I get her 90. Oh no, no, you don't get any more ascension stat to from just leveling a character. You get it from ascending a character, right? Like for example, so ascending. Hang on, any characters? Yes, yes, like this, for example, right? So if I ascend her, see, I get this. But if I level her, if I just level her, like if I ascend her, I'll get the ascension stats. But and then she'll be 80 out of 90. But then if I just level her up from 80 out of 90 to 90 out of 90, there are no more stats from that. The only things you get are just base stats, but not the ascension stat. Yeah, you can leave her at 80 out of 90, man. Just save your XP books, save your Mora. You don't really get a lot from leveling an attack scaler. From leveling an attack scaler. You get stats, you get ascension stats when you ascend them, but not from leveling them. I recently realized my Ganyu is better than my Ayaka. No, I'm back to boxing. The Sino said again. Oh, the Cryo said again. Boxing? Oh, strong boxing. Oh no, man. Wait, what set is your Ganyu on if your Ayaka is... If your Ganyu has a better set than your Ayaka? If they're both on Blizzard set, why not just swap their sets or something? Margin's capped and I'm lazy. Feels like a chore to go use them. It's already feels like a chore to farm. Like it really does feel like that once you hit endgame, man. Like once you finally have multiple team archetypes that you could choose from to deal with like different kinds of combat situations, like different abyss iterations. Like at some point you start to feel like, why am I even still farming? And like I don't know. I really have been feeling like that for some time now, but I just feel like, okay, well, what else am I gonna do? So I've just been going along with it. And that's what's been gone. You getting the second best option, really? Isn't Ayaka's ascension stat crit? I think Ayaka's is crit, and I think Ganyu's is also crit, I guess. How does your Ganyu have better stats? Maybe your Ganyu has a crit weapon or something? Hello, hey, what's up, Ems? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Waiting for weekly bosses to refresh is a pain. Still got, let's see, 3 days. There's game's kind of dull without weeklies. Just have dailies and like mini events like these. I'll just need her flowers and 2 more red crystals. Red crystals. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with what her ascension mats are, but yeah, like you don't have to take her all the way to 90. Just get her to 80 out of 90. Save your books, your XP books and Mora, so that you can use it on some other character. You only need to ascend them. You don't get any more ascension stat from leveling. You get ascension stats from ascending. Both are Blizzard, but Ganyu has better base stats. But she has Magic, Mike's bow. Alright. Magic, Mike's bow. Alright. Sure. Okay. Yeah. You. Mallard. Oh, that's the duck, right? Yeah. Okay. Spouting Phantasm. And these guys are all so annoying to deal with. They're like always staying some distance from you, but just far enough that Shangling's Pyronado can't hit them. Oh, wait a moment. Nah, no, can't. I can't. Maybe I can. Nah, I can't. Hmm. I can. Yeah. I'm an idiot. Okay. Man, I every time I have to do this, I'm reminded of like what kind of failure of a loadout system Hoyo has implemented. Like, there's a loadout system. I realize that, but then because it's so bad, I just don't want to use it at all. The casual the casuality of Genshin is at peak. I should probably do the new area quest so I can start farming for whatever Clorinde needs. What does Clorinde need? Oh, I got a little, I got a little picture from a little birdie somewhere about what Clorinde needs, and the ascension tracker that I use doesn't include characters that haven't been released yet. So I've had to like find a way around it. So I've had to just put uh Nivelette and Farina in there. So Farina's talent mats and Nivelette's ascension mats, basically, is what it is. Yeah, and to make sure that to make sure that you know exactly how many of the like the drops from the Fontamer aberrants, like the fish, the squid, the crabs, like the underwater creatures that you got that you need. You make sure that Nuvilette's talents are also set to like how like whatever talent levels you want, so that because like his ascension mats are also the same thing as that. But yeah, that's basically it. Nuvilette's ascension mats and Farina's talent mats. Oh, sorry, not talent mats. Farina's talent books, not the talent mats. Yeah, like mats are all Nuvilette's, and then books are Farina's. But the talent mats are also from Nivelette's. Oh, hey, what's up, Shuri? Good to see you, man. Yeah, got almost 10 pulls the new area. Yeah, it's not very big. It's not very big, but hey, I'm okay with it. I just want something to complete. As long as it's not like 10 minutes. Yeah, I want at least some substance in it, but it's not overwhelming like Sumeru was. I'm happy playing HSR, Ether, and Ether Gazer. Who's that? When Genshin. Ether Gazer when Genshin has nothing to do but daily chores. Don't worry, Clorinde needs exactly what Nivelette needs. If Clorinde Ball can be healed, is she in a tight spot? Unlike Arlecchino that doesn't get healed by others. So, what do you mean by is she in a tight spot? I like when I get her, I'm gonna be in a tight spot. You know what I'm saying? Like that tight spot is what all men want. All right. What teams? Party setup. Didn't I make a team already? I'm an idiot. I did make a team already, and yes. Okay. Right. Second half? Really? No. How do I go back to the previous one? Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. You, and you. And then this side. Oh boy. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Oh, freeze? How about freeze? Yeah, sure, okay. That's fine. Are they built? I hope they're built. Where is she? Where are you? Who am I? Have you guys seen that movie? It's a Jackie Chan movie. It's pretty funny. It's a old movie, but it's pretty good. Pretty funny. RJ casually being based. Hey, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. I want to get into Clorinde's tights, but yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Oh. Oh, I did not foresee this. Oh, I am so sorry. If I have caused anyone any motion sickness, I am so sorry. Like, really, I really am so sorry. Like, you can blame Hoyo for that. Oh, your E is not finished. Okay, well, that's enough. Can you stay put, everyone? Thank you. Swap. 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 E, Q. That's not gonna work. Nibilet was already charging up his thing, but I realized, like, okay, these are the Hydro dudes. That's not gonna work. Oops. Ow. No, even our ball can't be cleared. Tight spot, not a bad situation right there. And Clorinde is in a tight spot, especially. In what area? Excuse me? He only heals outside of combat. Outside of combat? Really? Oh, that's interesting. She can be healed if she's not on the field. Did you know that Nibilet's small orbs can be absorbed by Hydro MC and vice versa? I'm sorry, I don't know about Hydro MC's kit. You know, I've never swapped my Ether and or Lumine into Hydro. Like, never. Like, since Fontaine came out, like, no. I found out what he does. I found out how bad he was, and was like, okay, I don't need that anymore. Like, really, never. So I didn't even bother, I didn't even bother keeping it in my brain, like, what he does. I remember he had an ability to absorb something, but then I don't even remember what it was. Why do you think there aren't mountains in Fontaine? Because Clorinde is carrying... Hmm? Mountains. Okay. Wow. Why did it take me long uh, to get that? Wow. My cranial Wi-Fi is not working well today. What the? Alright. By the way, who is the director of that Batman and Robin movie with George Clooney in it and Arnold Schwarzenegger and who else? Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jim Carrey. I mean, I know that Arnold's lines were like really cringe, but like you gotta hand it to them. It takes a special kind of writer to come up with that kind of material. Freeze teams. Like the rotations are so smooth. Like it's just it's just non-stop. It's so satisfying. I think like maybe Hoyo realized like, oh, if Freeze is already this good now, how are we gonna release Snezhnaya when we finally get to Snezhnaya? We're gonna have to make Cryo even better than this when Snezhnaya comes. Well, that's not gonna work. Zack Snyder? That was a Zack Snyder movie? It really kicked some ass. Yeah, alright. Alright. Hang on. Let me try Googling that. Batman. What was the name of that movie? George Clooney. What was the name of that movie? Batman. Oh, Batman and Robin. Okay, Batman, Robin. Director. Okay. George. Sorry, George? What? Joel. Really? Joel Schumacher. Really? Okay, how about the producer? Let's try that. We're producers. Okay, I don't know this guy. Wait, do I know this guy? No, I don't know this guy. All right. Are you gonna give me the? Are you gonna give me the cold shoulder? Imagine Dr. Freeze, like his wife, like in lore, right? His story is like apparently his wife's frozen. Well, he put his wife on ice because she's like sick, and while he's trying to find the cure to it, like stuff happened. You know, like he's gonna unfreeze her once he finds the cure, or something like that. Imagine his wife's like finally cured, and then realizes, what have you been doing? and then like gives her the cold shoulder. Come on, baby, don't give me the cold shoulder. That's a terrible Arnold impression, but I, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna leave. All right, all right. Good night, everybody. Zack Snyder's Batman v Superman. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was definitely a Zack Snyder. Martha, save Martha. Is there? Oh no, Spartan! What have we done? We've unleashed Spartan upon this world. Is there no way for you to forgive me? Is there no way for you to forgive me? Can you review my Arla and new loot? That's a new way to refer to them. Arlecchino and new loot. I had a sledding race once. I frost. Oh right, that's. I think that's enough drinks for you, Mister. So Aman, yeah, Aman. Okay, Aman. Your Oh, there she is. Okay, what was it? Arla and Nivelle. Okay, okay. Sorry, I'm stupid. I thought I didn't see them. Okay, Lost Prayer, Nivelette. Not bad. Yeah, Lost Prayer, Nivelette's actually a good idea. HP, Goblet. I don't know. Like I've tried HP, Goblet, Nivelette, and I feel like the damage difference between HP, Goblet, Nivelette, and Hydro Goblet, Nivelette is pretty big. I think HP Goblet Nivelette is only okay when you team him up with Farina. But then if you team him up with Farina, you don't get the third stack of the third Draconic stack. And you don't have C1, as I can see. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it really. Oh, hey, what's up, Blue Up? How you doing, man? It really feels like, at least to me. I didn't really like do proper comparisons, but I just felt like I was clearing so much slower with an HP Goblet on my Nivelette. So if you have, let me see. Is this a very good? No, no, it's not even a very good HP Goblet. So okay, like once you get a, like even a similar one or like even a better one would be even better. I would recommend swapping out to a Hydro Goblet. I don't know. Like I don't know if you've tested it out. I know you have a crit weapon. So in my wait, how much HP? 34. Okay, 34k HP. Okay. Well, all right. Now that changes things. Yeah, because I have an HP weapon. So I have HP on my sands and my weapon. But if you swap your goblet to a Hydro one, that means you only have HP from your sands, which will probably take you close to 30k or maybe under 30k, which I don't know if, like how good or bad that would be. Yeah, but still, I would recommend at least trying it out, man. But otherwise, it's pretty good. Good ratios. Not sure about the again HP or Hydro Goblet. I'm not sure because in your case you have a crit weapon. Arlecchino. Ah, nice white tassel. $49 to $18. $49 to $18. Man, so like please swap to a crit rate circlet. I know that oh my god, 21% attack. Okay, so at least it's not that bad. It's not a bad circlet. It's got at least it's got 10 crit rate. But like if you have a and it's your off piece too. So like you could easily swap this out. So like please for the love of god, stop it with the 200 crit damage characters and like 45-50 crit rate. Like please try to get to 70% at least before you go for 200 crit damage. Like try to get 7 to 70% crit rate before going above 200. Cuz like man, like three like we got a lot of I see a lot of players that have like 200, 240, 250 crit rate on their characters, but then they have like 50 crit damage, excuse me. And but then they have like 50 crit rate. So like every hit is like a coin toss between critting and not critting. Like literally, it's 50%, right? Coin toss, like two sides, 50%. 50% chance to get heads, 50% chance to get tails. You also might want to ascend your Arlecchino too. Yeah, get her to her final ascension so that you get the final ascension stat, which I think is crit damage. Also, man, like swap to a pyro goblet. I know you have an attack goblet now, and like wow, that's a pretty good one. Yeah, that's actually like 34 crit damage, no crit rate, however. So it's not very hard to replace, especially because it's crit damage, right? And like I said, you have way too much crit damage. Take off some crit damage, put it into crit rate. If you have a pyro goblet that has crit rate, like anywhere close to 15 crit rate to replace this attack goblet would be great. But yeah, try to get to like 70 crit rate, man. You have plenty of crit damage already. Unless if you know what you're doing already and you just want to see bigger number, and sure, I guess that's fine. But that you wanted a review. That's those are my opinions. You want me to cool it? Yes. Please do cool it. Please do cool it, man. Did you know if you use Farina's skill, swap out, dive? Wait, what? What do you mean? Use Farina's skill, swap out, dive, dive. Oh, swap out. So okay. So use her skill so that you walk on water. Dive is swap out so that you dive into the water. Swap to Farina and do the dolphin jump. So like if you're diving, how can you swap Farina and do the dolphin jump? Wait, I don't get it. You're diving, right? Swap to Farina. Oh, you swap to Farina when you're underwater. She does the dolphin jump. She what? Really? Oh, wait, I get it now. I get it. You swap under the water. I see. Really? So she doesn't do like the roll? She just face plants? Like she takes fall damage from it? I'm tempted to make a ship on Twitter. Oh, okay. Make a lot of people angry. Well, that's kind of what Twitter is for at this point. It's not what the developers probably thought of, but that's certainly what the community has thought of, yeah. I think Father is small because she got very high heels, which makes her look taller. I mean, like, she's taller than a lot of other characters because she has the heels. That means, like, without the heels, she's the same as everybody else, right? Maybe they are RNG gods, so they fine with 45, 50 crit rate. They're like Harvey Dent. Yeah, they're like Harvey Dent in the Dark Knight Returns, right? Like heads I take this case, tails you take it. And then like it's heads, and then like got his first date with what was her name again? Rachel. Yeah, with Rachel. Got his first date with Rachel, from that coin, and then says, "I make my own luck." Literally a coin that has two heads. Like if we can somehow do that with Genshin, we just get to exactly 50% crit rate, and like we could just decide, oh, well, okay, I'll just have a coin that has two heads on it, no tail. Like you just win every 50-50. Great, that would be awesome. 30 crit rate is basically 100. Just get good. Oh, try and imagine this. If Genshin combat was like in slow motion, Imagine this: like if Genshin combat was in slow motion, but every time your attack hits, like the game pauses, like it'll freeze time. Remember that, like the time freeze event that we had recently, right? The time freezes, and then you have to do like the skill check thing, like we have a bar moving like this, like some similar to like the fishing thing, right? Or if not the fishing thing, something similar to cooking. You have a bar moving around, and like you have to hit it in the exact spot, and if you hit that exact spot, it's gonna be a crit regardless of if you have crit rate or not. Then maybe if that's the case, then I'll just build like full crit damage. I'll just go full send on crit damage. But that's not how Genshin works. So no. There is an online mental asylum, trust me. Yeah, that's and yeah, like on Facebook is like a little different. Like Facebook is where you get fake news, um, political, what's the word? Like in some countries, politicians use it to change people's minds about a certain topic or like make themselves look good towards the public. And in some countries, it's just a place for you to watch funny stuff, like re-uploaded clips from like other people, like clips that have been re-uploaded like a million times before. Uh, it's just like funny clips, and like you, there's also yeah. Whereas TikTok is where you go to, TikTok is where you go to watch thirst traps, and just overall vertical vertical format short form video that does like basically wastes your time, where you just don't get any value out of it. What else? Well, social media, Twitter, Instagram. Okay, Instagram also is like my stereotype of Instagram is it's the place where you have actual celebrities where they do their marketing stuff, like where they do like their sponsored stuff. Well, for them, it's not a sponsorship. Like yes, it is, but because they're like literally being paid to advertise, it's more like an advertising instead of a sponsorship. Like it's where they advertise their stuff, and it's also where all the like models like post their stuff. Models, lifestyle vloggers or whatever, influencers, there you go, influencers are like that's where they influence people, and that's also where all the influencer wannabes are. TikTok makes people like exactly, and every country that like nothing against like the TikTok developers, but because obviously it's content, right? Like they didn't make the content, it's the people that made the content. So nothing against the developers and ByteDance, but like every country that has TikTok, like not banned, like should just ban it, because if they don't, then like it is just going to make their people dumber, like really, over the next like if TikTok continues to exist in its current form and it's not banned in your country, like literally, you're gonna see the difference in like 3 or 4 generations. Your population is just gonna get stupider, like actually retarded stupider. That's really what I think about TikTok. And again, nothing against ByteDance. They're just following where, so they're just making it so that their algorithm follows the content. And then it becomes a cycle because they notice, and I got timed out for just staying in there rambling, not doing anything. It becomes a cycle because TikTok is following where the content is. Like their developers, they're trying to set up their algorithm their recommendation algorithm where to follow where the content is, because that's also the case. Like the content creators are also following where the algorithm is going, and then it just becomes a cycle. Got a new upgrade for Shengling. She's now 63, 123. Oh, nice, nice. Congrats, man. TikToks are degenerates. Younger generations watching TikTok also doing what they watch. Exactly, right? Like especially like it and TikToks like they do have. I'm sure they have moderation, but okay, where what about these these dumb and like some are outright dangerous and illegal challenges, right? Like what was that like Kia challenge? What was that? Like there was a car challenge where you took like a USB thing and use it to hack into a car, and then like for them that was content. Like if you see somebody go viral doing that, you bet that a teenager is gonna try and do the same exact thing. I have to. God. I hate this so much. I don't even care if Hoyo changes like that, gives us more content, a new abyss or whatever. I'm fine with the way things are now. Like I just want this loadout thing to be actually usable. Just really. I just want it to be usable. Oh wait, the weapon. Making it an inspiration in the younger generations watching TikTok and also watching, doing what they watch. Yes, so not only that, but it also it also, what's the word I'm looking for? No, gives more people the opportunity to become anxious and depressed, because like and I understand this one is not just TikTok, it's all social media, it's the idea of social media. But no matter what you do, if you have a young person on social media, any form of social media, whether it be like just text, like posting text posts or images or video, young people are going to get that hit of dopamine when they get likes, they get shares, they get nice comments, compliments, whatever. But once they put in the effort to post something and nothing happens, nobody sees it, or people do see it, but then like nobody reacts to it, nobody compliments them on it, whatever. That's just a recipe for depression. Like it really is. Especially once they finally get their first comment, right? Like they get their one and only comment on their like what 69th post, and like it's just some random toxic dude saying, "Hey, you're fat." That is severely demotivating. Now, it's not just going to demotivate that person from even posting on social media. It's just going to demotivate that person from life. And like if you're an adult, sure, it's like, okay, whatever, I'm just posting it so that like if my family ever wants to find out what's going on with me, all right, that they can see it. But like a young mind, even if you tell that child or teenager this is what social media is for, don't take it seriously, you can't fight instinct. Humans, yes, we refer to ourselves as humans. We don't refer to ourselves as animals, but we are animals. We have instincts, and we follow the same biology that all living creatures follow. And we just can't escape that. My people use Facebook more than everything else. So they're already what, rewarded? What do you mean by rewarded, Mighty? They won't see a crime as a crime, but as content. Yes, yes. Plus, there are content creators that like they their content is not making fun of others, but occasionally they'll make fun of something or someone because they think it's stupid, they think it's funny, and they'll laugh at it like, haha, like, why is this person so dumb, whatever. And then that person, I don't know, like, let's say they comment on something, whatever, right? And then that person responds to them and then it's like says that you're a meanie or whatever, right? Like, yeah. They feel sad about it, like, and then like they already have like their own anxiety issues or whatever, or like they're disabled or like partially autistic or something, and then they're like, well, you shouldn't be on social media, like this is them even further, and then like their followers, you bet, are gonna support the creator that they're following, and they're just gonna trash on that other dude that's getting bullied, and they're just gonna get internet bullied at that point. And their followers are gonna think this behavior is okay. They're gonna think that this behavior is acceptable. And then when they experience that, they won't understand. Like, they can't see that what they did to that person is exactly what's happening to them. Because they think this behavior, them doing this to other people, is acceptable. Because their content creator that they're following is doing it. They then become their role model. Never bully someone, guys. He might turn out like me. They might never bully someone, guys. They might turn out like me, and then like you're just smiling in your dark little den. With your knives. R5 sack sword didn't proc, by the way. Oh. Oops. What? That's twice! Twice in a row! I think that's enough ramping for me. I ran out of energy after that rant, man. That really got me going. But yeah, like I hate social media. I hate the idea of social media. I mean, like I appreciated the original intent behind social media, where it was like a convenient way, to keep up to date with your friends and family. But like, look where we are in 2024. Is that what social media is now? I don't think so. That's not what social media is now. social media is an ego booster. Like we got antidepressant, right? Like in medicine, like social media is a depressant. Where? Oh my god.
すなわち永遠なり 裁きの雷
Oops.
全力攻撃だ
師匠の技を食らいなさい。ウオパー。
ここより弱滅の
I
時
should not have bursted there. That thing was basically dead already.
やっはってやっ
Hey, what's up, Noko? How you doing, man? That's why America wants to ban TikTok. I don't think that's the only reason. Like, I think they're, well, the main reason that they're like publicizing, right? Like, because America is at least from what I could see, from how I see it, is their main like what no what's the proper word for this, what I guess they want to change, no, not change, like they want people to see TikTok and or indirectly China as this like enemy, like yeah, as their enemy, and they want, it's more man, I don't know the right words for this. Man, okay, I don't know the right words for this, but like they want people to see China as the enemy. And TikTok is basically China, and TikTok is just getting caught in the middle of it. Now, granted, I did say a lot of stuff against social media, not just TikTok, but social media in general. But just so happens to, that TikTok is a very good example of it.
これこそが知恵の伝道。全部丸見えね。
やっラブサのリンク
By the way, using Dia's E again, does it refresh the duration, or does it just place it again?
私は帰ってきた。いや、
痛くしちゃうかも。
ラブサのリンク
神戸を垂れろ。
捕獲完了
いや、高木、私は下げず。静粛に。
手をつなぎましょう。
行くぞしっかり立ってな
神戸を垂れろ。
全部丸見えね。知識はあなたにも。
Oops, I don't understand what I'm doing. Just, what was I doing? I just kept swapping between characters.
手をつなぎましょう。やっ。
But what am I doing? Okay.
静粛に大松となるがいい。
There's no enemy there. Okay. The more I play, I can't the same number on my characters. How do people easy 30k? 30k on who? I got shadow banned for a week. Rewarded. Oh. So that's what rewarded means. 76 171. What the heck are you feeding her? Jeez. 76 161. Sorry, who? Chengling? Sorry. wrong person. Who are you referring to? My bullies are happy I'm Muslim. The only reason for not unleashing my hate physically. I wish I knew more. I'm sorry, I can't comment on that. I don't really know much else. I don't know. Like I just sort of imagine most Muslims as just not really having that kind of social issue. I know that we're all the same human, right? But so you know, like we sort of have the same issues. Like I'm sure we do. But I don't know. Like maybe it's because I just don't know anyone who's Muslim. Yeah, I think that's really it. Jingcho. Oh, well. I mean, I've said it once. I've said it 1,000 times before. I farmed the emblem domain for almost 2 years. That's it. That's my explanation. I don't really have any other explanations, man. Okay. Is that right? I don't want to switch characters again, man. Or I mean, switch builds. This is so annoying. Okay, I won't. She doesn't have crit ascension, and you're using sack too. Yeah. That's really it. Like it's just one explanation. I farmed the emblem domain for 2 years, and nothing else. The only time I stopped farming emblem was when I finally got Nahida, which wasn't. I by the way, I skipped Nahida on her initial release, right? So which means I got Nahida on her rerun. So what was that like? So I think Nahida released in 3.2, which means like 2 or 3 updates later is when I finally got Nahida. So like ever since the emblem domain came out, I think I didn't immediately farm the emblem domain, but it took me like maybe a week or 2 weeks before I started farming the emblem domain. But since I started farmed emblem domain, I just did not move to any other artifact domain until I got Nahida. Because when I got Nahida, I just wasn't like I was like, okay, well, what do I put on Nahida? And then I realized, oh, Deepwood. I didn't pre-farm for Nahida. Notice that you are not using the event buffs. Yeah, well, yeah. I just don't want to bother. I guess I understand like I'm sounding really spoiled right now, but at the same time, like, you gotta give that to me, right? Like I worked hard on building my characters and my class. I worked hard to, like, I log in every day. I work hard to like maybe to try my best to not let my resin cap, stuff like that. So I have worked hard for this privilege. The privilege of not having to use like every single available buff and or like anything, not having to like squeeze out. Oh, geez, no, double E there. Of every event and every type of content. Oh, great. Oh, come on. seems like using DSD does not refresh the door.
私は下げず
Man, I hate it when that happens.
騒ぐ
手をつなぎましょう。
行くぞ。
大松となるがいい神戸を垂れろ
覚えたわよ。ふふ。
やるか。
静粛に高き私は下げず
1.6k points away from AR60. I mean, it's not. It's a cool achievement, but it's not really all that. Well, I guess the nice thing about AR60 is you get more passive Mora that just happens because like every time you do daily commissions, you know your AR XP instead you just get it as Mora because you're not getting any more AR XP really.
散らまく惜しみ
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
冒険だ冒険しまい燃えろ
それ。やっ。
風の中雲の行くべ全力攻撃だ
Oh, I got a Hydro infusion. Pyro. Okay. Pyro infusion. Come on, here we go. Oh, Sack Sword didn't proc again. What's wrong with Sack Sword? It's like I don't think I've ever had that happen to me where Sack Sword doesn't proc 3 times in a single evening. Oh, that's Hydro. Okay. I had a sub ad mods. Can we please ban her from the game? Thanks. Nahida? Sorry, what? Why? Wait, are you being serious or is that are you being sarcastic? I listened to Fontaine Battle OST loop for over 4 hours. Oh, you mean like from their... I mean, it's pretty sick. Like, I'm not really one for music nowadays anymore, but I guess, you know, I guess all Genshin music is pretty good. Like, it's so... I would listen to Genshin music more than I would listen. Like, you know, if you wanted me, if I could choose between Genshin music and whatever, and like a lot of the younger artists, you know, come up with nowadays, I'd rather listen to Genshin music. And I understand like liking music is very subjective, but I just don't. I just can't feel any taste from it. It's just so like bland to me. It just doesn't seem very it just doesn't seem very passionate to me. Like, music's supposed to be an art form, yes, and I can't feel any passion from a lot of modern music. It just feels like a product to me. Just has to have a catchy tune. The meaning doesn't need to be, you know, like, doesn't have to have like any meaning. It just has to use words. That's it. Has to use words. Words. The most important part of it is like a catchy tune, and that's it. Feels like a product. Oh wait. Okay, cool. I don't really need crowd control for that. Cookie, there. Jokes aside, if I got Nahida instead of Zenyun, and Kazuha instead of... Or... What? Oratrice, okay. Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cordinal. I can't even memorize that, man. I would make Clorinde so much more powerful. So I heard, yeah, I'm that's what I'm hearing from people is that she's Electro, right? But she seems to favor Dendro teams over other teams, over like other Electro teams. What? Oh my god, they're right there. Why won't you collect them? It's I just hate this. Like, Nivelet's orb collection mechanic is so inconsistent to me. It'll collect sometimes, like very often, in fact, like, it'll collect 2 out of 6 that are on the floor next to me. Oh jeez. Okay, can we collect some of that? But did you just go invisible and then explode? Or maybe I just didn't see it. Looks sad. She's a hybrid of Ayato and Nivelet. Oh, okay. I hope we never see Rift after this. So like, I really don't even mind Like the bleeding thing, whatever it's called, I forgot. I really don't mind it. My problem is like the way that they move and the whole like teleporting thing. Like they don't just teleport, they like disappear for a moment and they appear in some, you know, like the look where they appear is a little predictable, which is makes it not as bad, but it's still pretty bad. I guess Hoyo is like, maybe. I know the players have iframes, but you know, I wonder how the players would feel like if enemies also had iframes. Whoever's bright idea that was. And the fact that they just don't move, right? Like when they're not doing anything at all, they're just sitting there. They don't come close to you, they don't go far from you, but they just don't do anything. And then when they do something, like they just do the one thing that you don't want them to, which is disappear. Yesterday I did Abyss and a bug happened. I was in the middle of fighting. My dad called, and after that I restarted the fight. Mid-combat. Black screen counted the mobs dead while I didn't kill it. What? Restarted the fight. Mid-combat. Black screened. Counted the mobs dead while I didn't kill it. Oh! Whoa. So did you still have to kill all of them again? Or did the chamber move forward when you reached the number of enemies killed? I clearly did finish it, but somehow that bug gave me the chance to win room floor 11 at a low time. Didn't. Falling asleep soon, man. Good night, RJ. Oh, hey, I take that as a compliment, man. Being the streamer that you listen to right before you sleep, it feels so. It feels almost sensual. But hey, yeah. Good night, man. Thanks for hanging out with us for a bit. Oh great, of all the times for me to start, I start as soon as you start digging underground. Brilliant.
私は帰る。
手をつなぎましょう。はびこりなさい。
役払い。
大松となるがいい。
全部丸見え。
た騒
手をつなぎましょう。
手加減な渚のリン。
全部丸見え。
静粛に。私は帰る。
手をつなぎましょう。
役払い。
全部丸見え。
騒ぐ。
待ちなさい。
大松となるがいい。
覚えたわよ。
行くぞ。邪魔をするな。疲れちゃってな。
はびこりなさい。
The game just skipped a floor. That was unexpectedly great. Wow, really? That's pretty cool. So when you retried, it just took you to the next chamber anyway? Oh, I did not see I didn't eat on Xingqiu. I didn't burst on Bennett. That's nice job. What are we doing? Okay. All right, we can start fresh. that was all. And it, oh my god, the range swords would target him.
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
稲光すなわち永遠なり。やっいやいや逃げ道はありません。ありうるか。雨描きがたしこの剣はみんなは俺が守れ。
話が通じないなら
無我の境地。やっやっ見切りました。雨描きがたし。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。絆。
料理の時間だよ。
よし。ここより弱滅の時。よっ。いやいや。逃げ道はありません。ありうるか。この剣はわかるかい。
Whoa, where's that guy?
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
I don't think I've ever seen these enemies dash that far
すなわち
before.
永遠なり。見切りました。
Oh,
話が通じないなら叩く。
ここより弱滅の時。やっ逃げ道はあります。いやいやありうるか。
I think Dea E, when you do it 2 times, it stays longer. Really? Really? Wait. I sort of just benched Dea forever. And then when I finally found myself needing to use her, I didn't even bother reviewing what her kit does. Is that a thing? Hang on. Before I look into it myself, I'm gonna Google it first. Okay, I can't find like an easy answer on Google. I guess I'm gonna have to look into it myself. Okay, I think we can use this team. And oops. Any enemies here that are gonna be annoying to... Okay, slimes are probably gonna be a bit annoying to deal with, but hey, it's a game. Hey, what's up, Thriller? Streaming time has been random lately. I know. I know. That's my fault, man. It really has been quite random. Like, very. But I just stream whenever it's convenient for me, man. I apologize. Oh, I gotta chase you down. I think I didn't hit anything with the other one. Oh, I don't need... Okay. Don't need hydro here. Oh, these guys are tank? Oh, of course. Of all the times that I don't use Xingqiu once first, I get the enemies that what do you think about Kason? What's that? Sorry, I know you have the linking thing there, but like I wish I got it. I really do wish I got it. No, the burst is over. Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna have to burst on Raiden on a tiny slime. That feels awful.
逃げ道はありません。やっ武器を捨てろ。
みんなは俺が守れ。燃えろ。
話が通じないなら叩くまででしょう。料理の時間だ。
はっひゅっここより弱滅の時。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
熱々でしょ。
Oh no, I
最後の警告だ。
didn't.
やって稲光すなわち永遠なり。やっはっふんはっ見切りました。動くな。
みんなは俺が守れ。燃えろ。
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
無我の境地。はってそっ裁きの雷。武器を捨てろ。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
ここより弱滅の時。
Is that just not great?
やっ見切りました。
By the way, I played a whole day yesterday. Got Primordial Jade Spear to 90, Arle to 90 for normal attack cell level 8, and 75 crit rate 180. Oh, nice. Okay, nice ratios. 2400 attack. It's not that great, but it was done in a day. So, sorry, how did you do that in one day? Because like, resin is like a big thing, right? So did you just have all the resin stuff that you needed, but just needed like a bunch of overworld mats? Do you remember Kiryu Coco, the dragon VTuber? She's now Keisan. No, I'm sorry, man. I don't know. I don't really know that many streamers. Yeah, in fact, like I don't really watch streams. I don't know why. I just don't find a lot of value in them. I mean, okay, you guys are watching me, and I like thank you, I appreciate it. But like, maybe I just haven't found streamers that I find value in. I remember watching MTashed like once before. I think I watched MTashed like actually like live on stream once or twice. I just lurked there. I don't really say anything in chat. I just lurked there, and because he talks about IRL stuff, like a lot of the time, even he talks about IRL stuff. Like he talks about financing and other stuff, right? Like taxes and like stuff like that, right? Stuff that he does IRL. And I understand that it doesn't apply to me because like a lot of the stuff he talks about is like Canadian stuff. So, but I'm just, even though it doesn't apply to me because it's Canada stuff, what I get from it is like, you shouldn't just do things the way you're told to do it. Like, sure, you should follow the rules and you shouldn't do anything illegal, of course. But there are ways to, there are ways that you can. There are little things that you can do every now and like every here and there, that can be a very big thing, like overall in the long term. Like for example, I understand this doesn't apply to me. Here, and I didn't really bother remembering the details of it because I was always listening to it. I was thinking, okay, this is a Canada thing. This doesn't work where I am. But it was something like when like the interest rates are low or high or whatever, like when they go up or down, you do something to your what's the word, to your mortgage. You do something to your mortgage. I forgot the word that he used. So that you can take advantage of the higher and or so that you can try and like not avoid, but like reduce the higher the amount of interest that you're paying. You know, and then wait, just use it to, you know, like make it so that you can wait for the interest rates to go down. Then you do the thing, the word that I was forgetting. And then you can take advantage of the lower interest rates, because interest rates go up and down like every now and then, because especially when there's a lot of inflation. When there's a lot of inflation, central banks, if they're run properly, typically tend to increase what's the word, interest rates, and that is so that to reduce people's incentive for borrowing money, reducing the risk of people going bankrupt, people and businesses. So that's why they increase interest rates. But when we're experiencing the opposite of inflation, deflation, I don't think that's what it's called, but when we're experiencing the opposite of that, they decrease interest rates, because they want people to borrow money. Because when people borrow money, that means they have more money to spend, and more money spending means more taxes, right? Like the economy keeps flowing. I see. Well, man said watching streams make you worthless. That no, you're putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said. Just because, okay, I said I like burgers. Oh, you hate hot dogs. No, that's not what I said. I did not say I hate hot dogs. I just said I like burgers. Oh man. But yeah, no. When is this gonna cap? Okay. I gotta use 40 now. I had some good gladiator pieces. Used like 20 fragile. Oh, fragile. I see, I see. I meant like last 24 hours. Oh, like when you say whole day, you mean like the whole day, like the full 24 hours. Jeez. So are you saying you've been awake for 24 hours? Just doing all of that? I feel like I'm a vomit. You hate hot dogs, banned. Instantly canceled. So what is, okay, by the way, I am like, alright, I've what is, oh man, I forgot to swap weapons. Okay, so I'm obviously, I don't do a lot of social media, so I'm like a social media ignorant. Like I might as well be a caveman when it comes to social media stuff. So like I don't understand, what is canceling someone? Like what is that? How does one get canceled? And like what do you do to cancel someone? Like I don't understand that. I know I've made that joke before, but I've only made that joke because like people make that joke. And I know it's a joke, but I don't really understand how that works. You think I understand? Well, you did say most of the people where you are use Facebook. And I don't think canceling is really a Facebook thing. I think it's more of a Twitter thing. How many points did I need? 3. Okay, so I need to collect 4, I believe. Let's collect 3. Let's make sure. Okay, yeah, I did need 4. Alright, 21 hours, so 11 minus 3, 8. Okay. So we'll be full tomorrow. Oh, right. I should get this ready. what is it again? What did was so 6 of the big ones. So wait, do I have any? Okay, I have 3. Because I need to make another 3. I already have 2, which means I need to make 7 of these. And I need 9 of these, I believe. 9, okay. Alright. Alright, and we are ready for a character, for someone. Who we're ready for? I don't know. But that's not true. I know. I just won't say it. I'm sure you guys know who we're ready for. Okay. Yes, we're done. Okay, I think my speaker stopped working again. Alright, there we go. Yep, it works. It's not a joke, bro. I don't know what canceling means. No, I mean, like, me too, really. Like, that's why I'm asking, actually. Yeah, I really don't know what it means. People, so, like, content creators, social media influencers, yeah, basically people who have a public image are afraid to say stuff or do stuff that will make their audience angry or anyone on the internet angry because they're afraid of being canceled, which, like, I don't know what is. Like, what is it? How does one get canceled? Like, I know, like, when people dislike you or, like, you do something that people don't like or whatever, but, like, what is that even? Does it have something to do with a hashtag or what? Okay, second account. Sounds like when you do some that a lot of people don't like, and by harassing you to stop it. That's what I understood in my opinion. Yeah, I'm sure it has something to do with, like, your audience or, like, people on the internet in general, like, seeing you do something they don't like, or, like, or hearing you say something they don't like. But then, like, what then after that? Like, I understand. So, okay, harassing you, wouldn't that be just, like, why say cancel, right? Wouldn't that be just harassing you? Right? Like, why the need for a new word for it? Oh, forgot. Character. Oh, you're still alive. Usually canceling someone ends up getting them banned or leaving social media by decision of the majority. That does, like, at least from what I've seen, that seems to be You know what? Why don't we just Google this? Okay, so usage introduced vernacular English. 2015, the concept of canceling had become widespread on Black Twitter. What? To stop a personal decision, sometimes seriously and sometimes to just stop supporting a person to work. So cancel culture. Okay, there's a Wikipedia page about it. What? Phrase contemporary, late 2010s. Okay, used to refer to a cultural phenomenon in which an individual deemed to have acted or spoken in an unacceptable manner is ostracized, boycotted, shunned, fired, or assaulted, often aided by social media. Okay, this shunning may extend to social or professional circles, whether on social media or in person, with most high-profile incidents involving celebrities. Those subject to this criticism are said to have been canceled. Okay. So, okay, apparently, like, part of it is harassing them. So, it's more like, yeah, so, like, the words ostracize, boycott, shun, or assault, or, like, firing someone, assaulting and or harassing someone about it. The term cancel culture came into circulation 2010s, 2020, mostly negative connotations. Some critics argue that cancel culture has a chilling effect on public discourse, is unproductive, does not bring real social change, causes intolerance, and amounts to cyberbullying. Others argue that the term is used to attack efforts to promote accountability. Argue that the term is used to attack efforts to promote accountability. Term is used to attack efforts to promote accountability. Okay. To give disenfranchised people a voice and attacks language that is itself free speech. Still, others question whether cancel culture is an actual phenomenon, arguing that similar forms of boycotting have existed long before the origin of the term cancel culture. Okay, so yeah, it basically is like saying that your behavior is unacceptable, or what you said is unacceptable. We don't like you anymore. We're not gonna watch you anymore. We're gonna ignore you, or we're just gonna keep us like harassing you online. But then, like, it doesn't work anymore, right? Like, it doesn't work anymore now, because someone does something when someone does or says something bad online, like some it's like somebody famous, right? A celebrity or whatever, or an internet celebrity, as any form of celebrity, someone of a notable figure says or does something bad, instead of getting boycotted or shunned or ostracized, they get free publicity. Like, every news outlet is gonna be talking about it, and every YouTuber in, like, who is in any way, shape, or form, like, connected to the industry that that person is in, is going to be talking about it. So instead, they get free publicity. I think cancel culture now is just words. Like, it doesn't work anymore, I think, because the internet age the internet age has just made it so that even so, I mean, even back then, like, even before the internet, like, just media in general, like TV, cable, and now internet as well, has just made it so that any, let me think before I finish this statement. I think, yeah, I guess even before TV, before cable, like on newspapers, on the radio. Yeah, I think it's always been a thing. Like if people truly boycott something that they don't like or someone they don't like, then they just stop. Don't say anything anymore. Like remember that time? Remember? Okay, here, right? Remember that the three fates issue that happened to Hoyo a while back, like the three fates dilemma. We had a bunch of players trying to boycott Genshin. But then what was happening was they were also like the ones that were boycotting, and they saw someone not boycott, like not joining along, not boycotting Genshin, and they were assaulting those people. They were harassing those people. So instead of boycotting Genshin, they were giving Genshin free publicity. So like it just doesn't work anymore. It does, well, I guess it doesn't work if with the type of people that we have now in 2024. We just don't have we just don't have a lot of smart people nowadays. Everything and everyone is too loud nowadays. And nobody just says, I don't like you, so I'm going to stop watching and listening to you. And then actually does it. So instead, what people do now is like, let's say I do, or I do something stupid. I do some people don't like. I say some people don't like, and then like instead of saying, I'm gonna like I don't like this creator anymore, like to themselves, like in the back of their minds, like in their mind, just thinking, man, like what happened to this dude? This guy used to be so cool. All right, okay, I guess that's it. Like I'm gonna close his stream now, and next stream. Maybe. All right. Oh, RJ's streaming again, and then like you see the same behavior that you don't enjoy watching. And like you see me saying the same stuff like you didn't enjoy watching, or like the same stuff that you feel like is inappropriate or whatever. You just that's it. Like you just unsubscribe. You just never watch me again. And if you and many other people do the same thing, then that's it. Like it discourages that person from continuing to do such behavior because their livelihood is based on people consuming their content. And being a public figure means that, well, you know, like the public watches you or like listens to you, right? And if that's your livelihood, then the way that you get them to stop doing what it is they're doing is just to stop watching or listening to them anymore. But then it just doesn't work because like instead of doing that, people nowadays instead, oh no, RJ said this. Did you hear? You know, like RJ just said this. He said, you know, he said Genshin was a dumb game. Right? I'm not watching him anymore. You shouldn't watch RJ anymore. Are you still watching RJ? I don't like you. You should stop watching RJ, and then they harass you too. The internet aids RJ 2024. Well, all right. Well, I was about to refer to it as an STD, but there's no S happening, so like, what do we even call it? ITD? Is that a thing? ITD, internet transmitted disease. Well, what it is really is stupidity is what I think it is. Internet transmitted disease, stupidity. Yeah. Like courtesy of TikTok and a majority of social media. Not all of social media, but like a majority of social media, especially short form video. Oh, hey, what's up, Unrevealed? How you doing, man? I meant in 2 days, like 6 to 7 hours, to match the material rotation. Ah, okay. 3 hours after I pulled Arle, and 3 to 4 the next day. Also, I don't have the caliber to build a character in a whole 20. Yeah, that's may. I think like some people do that. Do. Yeah, real mature, of course. Um, I think some people do that, but well, there really are people like that. There really are people like that. You just they're typically like teenagers or young people that just don't have a lot of responsibility yet, and are just like very free to be on the computer or be on their mobile devices as much as they want to, and or uh, they're a streamer, right? Because like a streamer that's not streaming is they're not working. They're not streaming is when they make money. So like the more they stream, the more money they're likely to make. So yeah, and that's why we got streamers. Like we got a lot of streamers doing what was it? What is it called? They refer to it as a subathon. Like what is that? Like so it's a marathon to get as many subs as possible, as to reach like a certain goal of subscriptions. Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. Um, and they refer to it as a subathon. I feel like it's dumb, like the way that Twitch named stuff, right? Like imagine, so on YouTube, you subscribe to someone because you wanna see them in your like subscription feed, right? Like you're like following this creator. You wanna see like the content that they produce. On Twitch, it's not a subscription, it's a follow. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense, right? That makes sense. So, but then on YouTube, they call it a membership where you pay either like a one-time thing or like a monthly thing, because you want to support this creator, and like maybe this creator will give you perks as well for being a financial supporter. Um, and on YouTube, they call it a membership. And okay, the fact that they give creators the option to give these financial supporters certain perks, then okay, makes sense. It's a membership to some kind of like club, I guess, some kind of like country club or whatever, where you may or may not have special perks that other non-members don't have. Okay, on Twitch, they call it a subscription. They call it a sub, and like I don't get it. So why a subscription? Like isn't the idea of a subscription the same as the idea of following someone? Like in internet terms, not like the dictionary, the words definitions, but like in internet terms. So subscribing to someone, I guess you can make the argument that like on a technical argument, okay, you're subscribing to someone, you're paying for a subscription to whatever special perks that they're giving you because this that. I don't know how Twitch really works. Like I don't know if like people who are subscribed on Twitch I don't know if they give Twitch streamers the ability to give subscribers certain perks, like maybe emojis or I don't know, whatever, right? Like special access to certain content. I don't know how it works there. I don't know if that's actually the case, but I don't know. It just feels like why not just use the word donate, right? Or like, and maybe it's just me, right? Maybe it's just like this weird thing that I have for like I don't know if you guys have noticed, but like when I am collecting oculi, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I name oculi exactly, like very specifically. I describe it in as specific a manner as I can. And maybe like, and that's a thing that I have is like I like being organized, but like when I like being organized in my own special way. And maybe that's just like me. Maybe that's why I think it sounds kind of stupid. Like, why don't they just call it like a recurring donation? a monthly donation, right, or something like that. it just it just sounds kind of dumb to me. Like, okay, I'm already following this person, and if I want to give this person money because I want to support them, the content that they create, I want to help them be able to continue making the content I like, I'm gonna subscribe to them. So, what's the difference? Okay, all right. The difference obviously is you're supporting them, but like, subscribe. I already follow this person. How do I subscribe? Like, can I follow him even harder? Like, what is that? I've always wondered about that. Like, why? And now the thing is too is there's no, it's working, I think, because the term sub or subscribe or subscription on Twitch has become like it's sort of a slang already. It's become slang at some point, at least on Twitch. And for the people, like, even outside of Twitch, for the people who watch Twitch and like use Twitch or whatever, or like stream on Twitch, and even for the people that don't, but then have heard of this slang a lot from everyone that does, it's also sort of become a internet slang even outside of Twitch to some degree. And like the term subathon, right, has also become a thing where people live stream for like as long as they can for like I don't know, 24 hours straight or whatever. And yeah, it's sort of become part of their culture over there. And despite, at least like because of the way my brain perceives it, at least to my brain it sounds dumb and weird. Like, why the word subscribe when you're already following them? Like, why not, you could use a different word for it. But it seems to be working because like it sound like to Twitch viewers and streamers, it sounds like a game. Yeah, it sounds like a game, and it sounds fun, and it sounds exciting. And I think that's the important part, is because it makes it feel like they're just playing a game. And the game is them hanging out with their favorite streamers and or supporting them. And maybe getting like an interaction, like getting to chat with them, like having their message seen and getting a response from them. Okay. And like at some point it just became a game for them. But then like somehow on YouTube that this sort of culture just has not developed. Like I think YouTube just I know that like because okay, so you can if you just want to give money straight up, okay, maybe just give like a 1 month sub. Okay. But if you want to give like even more money, okay, like maybe 2 or 3 or like however much money you want to give. Whereas you could also just give the same amount of money using Twitch bits, I think is what they're called, Twitch bits, or I think there's also like just a donate thing, just a straight up donation thing. But like basically there's like several ways to give your favorite streamer money. If it earns money, it's all right. Right? Like now, okay, maybe I'm missing like important details because like I just don't use Twitch, right? I have a Twitch account and I think I've I've really only used it to watch my friend streaming, but he hardly ever streams. And watched like once or twice Mtashed, and then once, like only once ever, Zajef. And I tried watching like a few of the other Twitch streamers that were also on YouTube, like back in the earlier days of Genshin. But then like I watched their stream and I'm like, I'm not getting anything from this. Like it's not entertaining, at least for me. And at the very least, that the moment that I was there, I'm sure it probably got entertaining at some point. But the moment I was there, it just wasn't entertaining for me. So I just, okay, like, I just thought to myself, why do people watch this? Why don't they just watch their YouTube video that was edited in like the most interesting parts of their what they were doing is there. And this isn't informational and or entertaining. I'm sure at some points it'll be entertaining. I'm sure at some points it'll be informational, but I don't want to sit for like 3 hours in a stream for me to only get 20 minutes of informational content and or entertaining content. Right? So like, especially if that same creator is also just uploading videos of like random clips and snippets of their streams. You get what I mean? Like, it's like it's like okay, it's like a giant cookie, right? A live stream. It's like a giant cookie, and these informational / entertaining moments are like the chocolate chips, but like it's just like the cookie is just so big, like I don't know, 10 feet wide, and you have like 3 tiny sized chocolate chips somewhere in there, and if you wanna get to those chocolate chips, you have to eat the whole cookie. But then I'm like, okay, but then like they're also uploading on YouTube, where basically they're just uploading all the chocolate chips, and no cookies. I'll just take the chocolate chips over there. So Twitch did some work making a streamer-friendly environment. They try to... Sorry, man, this thing keeps blocking my... They try to suck in money. Okay. From every way possible. Yeah, right? Like, whichever... Like, and I don't know the details of this. Maybe there's like it's a different... There's a different payment method. Right? Maybe like Twitch bits don't need you to have your credit card on your Twitch account, or like I don't know, like maybe there's like some technical differences. Maybe just a straight up donation, you just have to enter in your information once, and then your Twitch account doesn't keep that information. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Maybe there's like that difference. And maybe subs are just more convenient for the people who do have their financial information on their Twitch account, because it's just as easy as like, okay, click, right? Plus the people that, especially Americans, right? Because like that's mostly where people use Amazon to buy stuff online, like Europe, I guess, and mostly the USA, and I think even Canada. I'm not sure. And if you're doing a lot of online shopping, then you're likely going to be paying for a Amazon Prime, right? Which is, I think, like free, like, well, technically free. you're paying a subscription for it, so it's not free, but like, yeah, let's just call it free. Free, like same day delivery, I think, is one of the perks. Another one is like, I think it also includes like the Amazon, like they have a streaming service, I believe. I think they have like Amazon, whatever it's called, like their video streaming service. I think it includes like your Amazon Prime subscription. I think includes that. It also includes one free sub on Twitch, like every month, I believe. Yeah, like I think that's what they call a Prime sub. So you, with already paying a monthly fee for your Prime Amazon Prime subscription, you're able to basically give one free sub to a Twitch streamer of your choosing every month. And you also get access to their video streaming platform, I guess, and like all the other like Amazon online shopping perks. I got what you're trying to say. Does it feel unorthodox? No. Like, I mean, yes, to me, because like my brain has been wired to work in a specific way where to do this thing, I just need to do it like this, right? It's like like my brain is just wired to work via the common sense that I grew up with, right? Like for example, if I find a Hydroculus here under an overhang, and then there's like a little stalagmite hanging under it, then I will mark that Hydroculus, type in type in Hydroculus, done Hydroculus under stalagmite under overhang, and then I will, that's it. It's just straightforward. I mean, like very, like my brain is just wired to work in a very straightforward manner, and I understand that's not, especially modern times, right? That's not exactly how large, like, entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs, like that's not exactly how their brains work. Their brains work a very unique way. They're creative when it comes to like their strategies. They are wise, etc. Right? Like they come up with like a lot of different ideas. Most of them are typically not very straightforward. And maybe that's it. Yeah, they found the special sauce to basically gamify streaming content and watching a streamer. Instead of just you watching a live program where the commentator you can interact with, they've found a way to make it feel like you're playing a game where where hanging out is a game. And my speakers aren't working anymore. Okay, I can hear again. I do have Nivelette here. Okay, yeah, sure. I guess I'll do that. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Brain don't work. Who am I gonna put? Okay, second slot. Second character slot. Okay, finally it works. Finally my brain worked. Alright. Okay, that's fine. We're good. Amazon is so big in India too. Second biggest Flipkart. Really? What's the biggest one? I didn't realize Amazon was a big thing in India too. Amazon India bought most of the movies and content. They're trying to conquer every competition. Well, that's sort of the thing. Like when so it's not just an Amazon thing. It's like a big corporation thing in modern times, right? Like, so okay, here's like the first strategy, right? The first strategy is get as many users as you can in as little amount of time as possible, and then at some point find a way to go public, and then once you go public, because you have you're growing at such an incredible rate, people are going to feel no, sorry, not people, but like well, okay, obviously people, yes, but investors and basically people that are on stock markets, people that are like potential investors are going to be afraid of quote unquote missing out on the insane growth that you guys are experiencing. Whether you guys are profitable or not doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because because you are growing in a certain aspect, which in this case would be user count. they're afraid that at some point you might find a way to monetize that and like grow and like become and actually become profitable, right? And like they miss out on that. So if they have money now, they will invest in you, which means your value will just keep skyrocketing and keep going up and up and up into the stratosphere. And like as you're going up, like other investors are also gonna feel like, oh, they're growing. Oh no, we gotta buy now, otherwise we're gonna miss out. FOMO. FOMO, huh? All right. Well, that sounds very familiar. But like in all seriousness, it really does actually matter in that regard because it's not a video game. Like it's like anywhere from like a few $100s of value to like millions or tens of millions, or even like in some case in the largest tech companies now, like billions, even trillions of dollars, right? So it's like it's a big deal. And then once you get to that point, you have so much money, so you have so much assets. Well, cash, really. You can start buying out the competition, and you can just buy the parts of your company that you don't already have, right? You buy the stuff that you need, like you make acquisitions, right? Like for example, okay, Google had a search engine. Now I don't know what their original goal was. Like I'm sure you could find it on the internet. And like maybe there's like a Wikipedia page for it or somewhere, like, and I'm sure that was probably their original intention, but at some point they grew so much that they just had to capitalize on it. And then okay, they now had a lot of money to do, to do other stuff with it. And then what? Like they just keep improving Google. Like how? Okay, sure, you can keep improving that algorithm, but like you're getting like exponentially more money now. You can't exponentially improve a search engine. So you might like, and that's in business, that's never really a good thing when you only have one golden goose. You should if you have the capital, you should always try to have other golden geese. So that when this golden goose can't lay golden eggs, when this goose can't lay golden eggs anymore, at least you still have a bunch of other geese that can lay golden eggs, right? So you won't just go under. Once you're the one golden goose that you were able to make can't lay eggs anymore. Can't lay golden eggs anymore, right? So they acquired what? They acquired YouTube. They acquired Android. They acquired a bunch of stuff, right? They acquired a bunch of stuff, and then they created a bunch of stuff, right? Like they used the capital to do stuff, and like a lot of the stuff that actually matters, other people are likely doing already. So you might as well just find the people who've already built it, and that you think are, have something good going on. And yeah, just buy it, right? It's already there. It's already established. You won't have you'll have less people to potentially get into a conflict with in the future over intellectual property, over patents, technology patents, over especially when it comes to technology, because there's a bunch of IP involved when it comes to patents, right? So you might, like, for example, I remember reading about this thing where Google bought Motorola. Like, at some point, they bought Motorola. I think they were having a scuffle with Motorola about patents, like a couple of scuffles, like about just a couple of patents. They were having some issues. So at some point, Motorola was having trouble, so they just bought Motorola. Like they bought it for like a pretty high price, even not extremely high, not extortionate high, but like not like the cheapest price. Like they didn't cheap out on it, but they got a lot of stuff from that acquisition. They did some like whatever like corporate magic that you do, and somehow a lot of Motorola's a lot of Motorola's patents ended up in Google's hands, which I think was some crazy number. It was like 12,000 or something. It was like a couple thousand patents, right? Like think about that. That's 12,000 possible things that a company could sue you in the future if you somehow come up with a similar idea. If one of your developer teams somehow come up with a similar idea, and like at some point, some company is gonna say, "Hey, that's our idea," and then like points out to their the patent that they filed like 16 years ago that they never really did anything with. Right? That's 12,000 less things that somebody could sue them for. So and then they sold Motorola. They bought Motorola, did some like corporate mumbo jumbo stuff to get a lot of their patents, and then sold Motorola to somebody else. Now these search engine spending loads of money, getting their own AI. Elon got got it on Twitter, Google and Edge too. Yeah, right. Like it's just and what's his name? Bill Gates. Bill Gates was like on this train like really early on. I don't even know what year that video clip was on. Like I remember there was a clip of Bill Gates saying there's a clip of Bill Gates saying it's okay if they pirate your operating system, as long as they pirate. It's our operating system that they pirate, right? As long as it's our operating system that they pirate, like as long as we get more and more people onto the platform, we'll figure out how to monetize it later on. Like this, and then like the clip was like really old. It looked like CRT TV old, like, and not even the 2000 CRT TV. I'm talking about like the 80s, I think, like maybe not the 80s, but like a long time ago. Wife or husbando, you choose. Wait, are you asking me? I made pancakes at 11 a.m. Hey, pancakes! I love pancakes. The only Android I liked to use was Motorola. Android? I think I remember Motorola having like a couple, like I think maybe only one phone that was on Android. Google's AI is pretty crap. Gemini has many issues. I don't know if they fixed it right now or not. I think the problem with so Google, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but Google has been working on like a bunch of different AI. Like they haven't been working on one AI system. They've been working on like multiple AI systems, right? I remember they had like the whole a couple, like no, quite a few years ago, they had like some AI robot stuff, I think, and then like nothing else happened after they showed a clip of it. And then at some point they had Google Assistant, and then they had no, what was it before? It was just I think they didn't even call it Google Assistant back then. They just called it like OK Google. Ding. I'm sorry if I triggered anyone's Google Assistants, but like, right? They just called it that, and then at some point they called it Google Assistant, and then like I think they had like a different name for it. There was like something else, and then Gemini. A Bard. There was Bard, and then Gemini, and we're like, so what is it really? And so I read about this thing. So I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but like a bunch of like tech giants nowadays are like the CEOs are either the CEOs or at least like their high ranking like team execs are Indians. I know a lot of you guys are from India, so this is not a knock against you, but like, and I read about this, and I watched the video from I just can't for the life of me remember this guy's channel name. Hang on. What was his? No, not that. Not that. Why can't I ever? Oh, logically answered. Logically answered. And so in his video, he talks about, okay, like the a lot of big tech CEOs, and if not CEOs, then like they're like high level, like high ranking team execs are Indians. And he talks about like a lot of stuff like where there's nothing wrong with like these with these Indians being the CEO, etc. Like and then he talks about the fact that since these CEOs have been CEO, like they had like their companies haven't created anything new, or they've created like one or two big things, or at least they've helped in creating one or two big things. But then like other than that, they haven't really made anything new. And that's what he was referring to. These were like the points that he was talking about. But they've also like these big tech companies have also experienced a lot of growth, a lot of either user growth, user count growth, or like financial growth, or like market growth, or whatever. But he also talks about like why could this be? I'm from Nepal though. Oh hey, it's you, Roshan. Sorry, man. Like I've been rambling for like the past how long we've been going? 3 hours, like the whole time. I think I've only stopped for like 10 minutes, and I've been rambling about like every topic we've come up across. And so the ultimate point he makes is that at least this is according to him, right? He says that a lot of these Indian CEOs or like tech execs are they're good at the tech. Yes, they're not the best at the tech, but they're pretty good at it. They're not the best at business, but they're pretty good at it. But they're also pretty good at like the corporate politics. And that was the point that he made. They're good at the corporate politics. They're good at not looking too bad when they do something bad, and they're good at looking really good when they do something good. There's lurking. Oh, really? How long have you been lurking, man? Speaking of lurking, that's literally what lurkers do in StarCraft Brood War. So they can't attack when they're above ground, but they burrow underground, and then they become invisible except to detector units. And so they have a ranged AoE attack. Their AoE is sort of like in a straight line, but it's AoE regardless, right? But they can only attack up to a certain range. And like literally that's what it is. Like when enemies walk by, like they get attacked, right? They're lurking. I mean, India is largest in terms of population. They gotta have people in these high-ranking posts. Yeah, but like that was the point that the guy from Logically Answered made, is that like these Indian execs, Indian tech CEOs, or Indian execs they're good at the tech, they're good at the business side as well. They're not the best at like they're not always the best at it, but like they're really good at it. Um, and like most importantly, they're good at those, and they're also good at the corporate politics. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I get what thriller means. Like because like there's such a like India has such a large population. Like it's the chances of having an Indian, and same thing with the Chinese guy, right? Like because China also has a giant population, so it's like compared like if we take the all the populations of all the countries in the world, and then like because there's more people from these countries, there's a higher chance that there'll be a guy from that country that does this one job. Like I get what he means. Like it's a proportion thing. There's a higher chance that something will happen because like something will happen to one of you from that specific country because there's more of you. This is the final stage, right? First half. Okay. Ooh, yikes. Kazuha is not gonna be very good here, I think. Ah, okay, whatever. It'll make it work. This is getting so random. You really start anything randomly. You mean like the topics? Do I? Wait, what? I don't think I start them. Okay. Like sometimes I guess I do. But if only I can remember it, I'm sure I can track down where I even start with those topics. Like I swear I can. Like if only I can remember, like how I get started on these different topics. I'm trying to think back right now. Like how did we get started on this? I can't backtrack it anymore. Okay. So it was with the Google thing. It was the Google AI thing. Like, why do they keep coming up with like so many different products, right? Like, and sometimes they have conflicting products. Okay, like here's an example. Google. Hang on. So Google Music, and so which they, by the way, they recently discontinued as Google Podcasts, and then like now they're discontinuing Google Podcasts. They're destroying, like they're stopping it. They're making the app unavailable, but they're sort of moving over everyone, or like all of it will still be available on Google Music. So why did they just do that in the first place, right? And so I brought up the whole Indian thing is because I think what's happening is a bunch of internal corporate politics. So a bunch of different teams working on different ideas, and they don't want to merge their ideas with the other teams, because if they do that, then there's a chance that they won't get the credit. Like there's a chance that, you know, instead of the two guys that are in charge of the projects, like, both of them want to be the exec that's, you know, that's gonna lead the team, but then there can only be one, right? Like they, you know, I'm just using two as an example. There might be more, right? Like you never know, right? I think that's what's happening. So like for example, Google and Facebook and like all these like big tech companies, they are like, I don't know if you guys looked up like how many people they've hired, not recently, but like a couple of years ago. They really did overhire people a couple of years ago until recently, when they started firing like thousands and thousands of people. And that was mostly because so they're afraid that they might lose this guy that they don't hire will get hired by Facebook or by like some other tech giant, and will come up with like the next big thing. Like they'll come up with the next YouTube, with the next Google, and they want to hire these people in case they do, so that the others don't get this guy. FOMO. Yeah, it all it all comes down to FOMO. Even these big tech companies experience FOMO.
よし、逃げ道はありません。五感奥義、この剣はわかるかい？雨描きがたし。みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
And at some point, yeah, they ended up having to fire like thousands of them because like, I'm like, could you imagine? Like, imagine you own a company, right? Like you're running a company and you have like what 100,000 employees. Like, what are all of these employees doing even? I understand you need like tens of thousands of employees, maybe, like because you're a giant like $2-3 trillion company. You run like a couple of hundred different businesses and like a lot of, you know, like for example the data center business, right? Like you need a couple of hundred to anywhere from a couple of hundred to a couple thousand employees to run that, depending on the scale, right? So other than like, you need like dozens to hundreds of people in each team, that, like logistics, everywhere, right? But really, like 100, 200,000 employees? I don't think you need that many. And a lot of these employees are sort of just working on a lot of different projects, right? Like they're coming up with ideas and they're presenting it to like their superior and saying, oh hey, we got this, that, like okay, and then if it gets approved, then they'll get the budget for it. They'll get some budget, and they're you know, because then they'll have a budget to work with. They can start to work on that project. And whether, you know, like because these employees, they have a fixed salary, they're still earning regardless of whether the project, you know, gets finished or not. Like, I'm not saying that they're not gonna try to finish it. They're gonna work on it, yeah, but like they have less incentive. They have little, well, I wouldn't say, I don't know like all the internal stuff, right? But like they don't have a huge incentive to come up with an idea and actually make it happen. Come up with an actually good idea and actually make it happen. Because regardless of whether they do or not, they still get paid. They still get their like stuff. They still get their salary. At the very least, they get their salary. And if they're actually working on a project that actually, you know, comes to something, right? Actually becomes something. Like they will get I don't know, like a share. Like they'll get company shares or whatever, right? Which is even better, because your company is growing. Because your company is growing, they get shares this year. By next year, like as long as they hold on to those shares, by next year those shares will be worth more, right? Like who doesn't want that? And so that is the part that incentivizes these employees to work hard so that the company keeps growing. But then what if their idea just doesn't come to fruition? Like, because their salaries are so high already, like what's the point, right? Like they'll still be able to survive. And in some cases, because of where, like I believe it's so San Francisco and California. Yeah. San Francisco and California are typically where a lot of these tech companies are based in. Some in New York as well, right? But like typically it's California, right? California and San Francisco. So the living expenses in these places are so incredibly high that these employees, like their salaries, their giant salaries, that like you see the number and you're like, how in the world are these guys not retiring after just working in these companies, like working, getting these salaries for like 2 or 3 years? Like, I look at it and I'm thinking like just like 3 months of that kind of salary, and then I could retire like a happy man. But the living expenses in these states, yeah, in these states, in these cities, in these parts of the cities are so high that these people have to keep working. They have to keep working, but because they are able to just, live a relatively comfy life with what they have, then they can keep doing it. But they have some incentive to come up with a project and actually make it become something big. But regardless of yes or no, it becomes something big. They still get the stuff that they need. RJ, we should really stop about India, I think. What do you mean stop about India? At least Indian politics. People are getting strange here. What do you mean people are getting strange here? He needs to talk about Muslim-free India. What is that? You think you can stop me, bro? What? He needs to talk about why Indians are... What is it? What's the thing? He needs to talk about why Indians are racist to everyone. Is that a thing? I don't know that's a thing. And like, if you ask me like who the most, well, not racist, but like the most, what's the word I'm looking for? Like which race of people look down upon like the most number of people, like the most people that aren't from their country? Like the first one that comes to mind, to me is Koreans, like South Koreans. Because like really, like even to their own people, right? Like even to their own people. I had a student who she was an adult too. She was an adult. She lives in Korea. She's Chinese, but she lives in Korea, and she said that if you like she gave me an example. If you just do something as simple as like ask somebody for the time, like they're highly likely just gonna ignore you, and there's a pretty high chance that they're gonna insult you for it. They're gonna think, you don't have a watch? Why can't you afford to buy a watch? You don't have a phone? Like, okay, well, you have a phone. Like, just look at the time there. And that is especially if you're not Korean. And if you're a Westerner, like if you're white, like if you're like American, Australian, whatever, if you're white, they'll be a lot nicer to you. Like, I don't know why that is, but that's just how it is. According to Kay, it is a thing. I've never really thought that was a thing. Like, in fact, honestly, I think Indians are like rather friendly. There's they're So I've met very few, like not met like actually talked to them, but like seen, in person, very few Indians, and like the very few I've seen, they at first like they seemed rude to me, but then like not to me directly, but like I was just observing their interactions with other people. They seemed rude, but then like I just at some point I realized like no, like they're not being rude, they're just being very direct. They're not. Yeah, they're just being direct. Like they just want what they want, and then they're saying what they want, and they're trying to like find a like an easy way to do it, like to get it, like just make it do this, just do this. Doesn't have to be complicated. It's very direct. Like they don't want to get like a roundabout way of doing it. Like at least that's the very few interactions with people that aren't Indian that I've seen Indian people have, at least here. Indians are friendly as long as they need. Okay, all right. Like I can't really comment much, like because like I said, I've barely seen interactions between like Indian people and not Indian and non-Indian people. Earlier is probably American is offended. High time we need a mod in chat. Are there many creams being sold? Yeah, creams? What's a cream? Cream like milk cream? Skin whiter, so Indians are racist. Okay. Well, that's sort of a thing. Well, not everywhere, but like in a lot of places. Like here in the Philippines, like a lot of people, well, especially the ladies, and very funny by the way. Dudes in the last few years have also been like really what's the word? I was about to use the word focused, but no, not focused. There's a better word for it. Fixated. There you go. Fixated on their looks. And so most of these are like Filipino dudes. But nowadays, who is even like pure Filipino, right? Like the country's been colonized by so many different countries, and both directly and indirectly. So Spain, right? Like a couple hundred years ago, at some point when America bought the Philippines from Spain, and then at some point Japan in World War II, and then America again, and then like America for like a very long time via like indirectly via like the media, like so the products, right? Like the import stuff, like tech stuff, and as well as media via Hollywood and or cartoons, etc. Like media, right? TV, cartoons, cable, internet, and nowadays like products, right? Like Logitech, stuff like that, and all that time, well, not since the Spanish, but like at least in recent modern times, China very indirectly, or yeah, but like think about it, like the biggest corporation in the Philippines, SM, founded by a Chinese dude, right, named Henry C. He's gone now, right? Like he was very old, but Chinese dude. Everywhere, like well, not every, but like 95% of the larger businesses in my city, in every city where you go, run by Chinese people. Right? So yeah, very indirectly Chinese. Like so at this point, who even is pure Filipino? Right? So it's at this point, even dudes, like they are so fixated on their appearances that they will like do anything they can to like, and again, having whiter skin has always been a thing, and not just in the Philippines too, but like in a bunch of other countries. Like is Kay is saying in India as well. Sure, didn't know that really. I don't really know anything. I don't really know much about anything. The smaller details outside of my country, but yeah, right. So and all right, funny thing. Oh boy, I think I'm about to open up a can of worms here by going to this topic. So nowadays, even the girls joke about this nowadays, that when they see a dude that like a super attractive dude, like a guy who looks like they actually put in the effort to take care of themselves. And by take care of themselves, like they go to a dermatologist clinic, to get a facial or whatever. Yeah, right. Do stuff like that, right? Or like have their hair done. They go to the gym. They want to look good, right? They want to look good. They buy modern clothes. They look nice. Like every time they go out, they always look nice. They smell nice, etc. And nowadays, even the girls make fun of this, like make jokes about this, that they don't like. The more attractive a dude now is, the more likely they are to be gay. Like really, it's actually a thing. In fact, most of the dudes that are attractive, not because of like there really are just some good looking dudes out there, like just naturally looking dudes, and like, but I'm talking about the dudes that look good because they put in the effort to look good. It's highly likely that that dude ain't straight. It's just a thing. And like if you see a dude that looks, not that doesn't look good, a not good looking dude, but they don't look like they're trying to look good either, then it's likely that they are straight. Alright, it's election time in India. People became strange during elections here. Well, I mean, like, I think I've talked about Philippine elections as well. It's so people don't really become strange during elections here. Over here, when elections come, people become funny. People become funny because like, so typically, okay, so. Back then under the previous administration, things were very different, but nowadays they're different, but also at the same time, like in the same way, in a different way, sort of the same, right? Same old corruption, bribery, etc. Right? And plus the fact that it's a common fact, but nobody does anything about it because like if you don't say anything about it, then you get money. Right, so just like you know about it, well, it's all right, no problem, man. Like, here you go, right? Have a little snack, treat your family to something. All right, well, good, good on you, mate. Vote for me for mayor, vote for me for governor. And you're like, yeah, whatever your name is, I'll vote for you. And yeah, people here become funny, they become smiling, and people during elections here, people become very well, not very, but like sort of festive. It almost feels like Christmas. It almost feels like Christmas. And so the reason why I say people here become funny is when these politicians, like the candidates, what they do is they host what do they even call it? Programs? Yeah, they host programs where they call it something like they call it something like hang on, what is this word even in English? I don't even know what this word is in English. Oops, that's wrong. Okay. So, right. Like, here's an example. So, if elections just so happen to be around Christmas, like the end of November, or like a couple, 1 or 2 months before December, then they will call these programs something like Christmas offering, or family offering, something like that. And they basically just give out food. Most of the time it's food, like canned stuff, spaghetti, tomato sauce, like basically ingredients to make spaghetti, pasta, stuff like that, right? And a bunch of canned stuff. And occasionally, no, not occasionally, like, and depending on like, like at least once or twice, they'll give out cash. Like at some point they'll give out like anywhere from like $50 to $100 worth of cash. But that's not per individual. That's like per household. Right? So it's not, they're just giving it away for free, yes. But it's also bribery. It's like, it's very indirect, subtle bribery. But then at the same time, it also makes you think like, okay, this guy has a lot of money. That means like he's more likely to be able to do something. if he comes into power. So like you also have that in the back of your mind. And by do something, I mean like actually do something, because like for like decades, previous administration here didn't really do anything. Like they just, like in fact they really didn't do anything. Yeah, like there's a broken street there. Like okay, well that's good luck, local official. Whether or not your funding ever gets approved in the next 10 to 30 years to fix that small pothole in the road. Nope, never gonna get approved. Okay, here's another example. Yeah, pretty obvious example too. Small projects like that. Okay, here's an example. A bridge. The very small bridge, very short bridge as well. Like just 2 meters in length, 2 very narrow lanes. Right, not even a very wide bridge, just 2 very narrow lanes where when a truck, like a 6-wheeler truck, is on the bridge, no other cars can pass by. Like if a 6-wheeler truck is driving across it, everyone else has to wait until the truck is across. Right, it's that small, and it's only about 2 meters long. So for a very long time, it's always just been a dirt bridge, and there was like some cement underneath, just to keep it stable. But like for like a very long time, ever since my parents moved in to that place, that bridge has always been dirt. But after after the rainy season last year, was crazy. The bridge sort of started to slowly break apart, just from the sides. Just small dirt pieces of it falling down, until at some point like the bridge sort of got really small. It's still big, wide enough for like smaller 6-wheeler trucks to pass through, but still it was getting dangerous. So, and most of the time, projects like repair projects, stuff like that, right? Necessities, right? It's a bridge, right? If that bridge is broken, people on the other side can't get to town anymore, right? So it's a necessity. They call this a project, and the government officials call it a project. Okay, so let's say I'm the town captain or something, right? I'm the village captain. I'm the town captain. So what I'm gonna do is like, oh, the bridge that leads into my town is like gonna break. I need to ask for a budget to have this fixed. And then so what's gonna happen is I'm gonna file for a request, right? Like for a certain budget. I'm gonna do my best with the resources I have to do research to see how much this bridge is gonna cost me. And then what's gonna happen is, okay, I'm probably gonna have to go to a contractor and then like have them like see how much it might cost, and then I'll try to request this budget. Okay, I'll report to whoever I should report to in the local city government. I'll ask for the budget, and then what's gonna happen is they're gonna think, no, that budget's too small. So depending on whether you know that guy or not, if you don't know that guy, then you're just likely gonna get, okay, we'll file this and then we'll call you once we have news, which will never come. That news will never come if you don't know the guy. Okay, if you do know the guy and you just know each other, like you're just acquaintances, you're not really friendly with them, you just know each other by name, whatever. Okay, they're likely to just file that in, and like you'll never get a call from them. Okay, if you do know that guy and you're not on very good terms, but you're not on bad terms, they'll probably tell you, okay, are you sure this is, like, they'll give you a hard time, but at some point they'll request the budget. But then when what happens is they have to request that budget from someone higher than them, and then someone higher than them, and then at some point it gets rejected. right? At some point it gets rejected. At some point it just gets stuck, and like you just never get a call from him again. But if you know the guy, and the guy knows the guy, and the guy knows the guy, etc., what's gonna happen is at some point they're gonna say, "This is the budget that we asked for," and then that budget is going to be like 10 times more than what it would have been, more than what it should have been, more than it needed to be for the project that you need done in your town. Because everyone along the line of where the approval for that budget had to go up through, everyone along that line is gonna take a cut from it. Politicians spend to make it look like a festival. They only care about vote banks. They don't care about anything after winning elections. This iceberg above the surface, things are way wilder under the surface. Yep, that's true. That's true. And so now, like, I don't mind the current administration we have, because the current administration we have seem to be like they see, at least from what I know, from what I can see, they're clearly entrepreneurs. They're business people, and they seem to be leading the city and the region in like very strongly that direction. They seem to be very the word I'm looking for. Yeah, like again, you know, like they've been straightening out taxes, like businesses, making sure they're paying proper taxes, and if not proper taxes, probably higher than normal taxes. If you know, if you're on bad terms with them. If you're a business dude, if you're an entrepreneur, if you have a large business in the city and you're on bad terms with them, you're probably gonna have to pay higher taxes than normal. And if you don't, then like you can't do business here anymore. Because like that's actually what happened to a bunch of large businesses in the city. Is a bunch of the large businesses that have been here for like 10 to as long as I can remember. Like as long as I can remember, which means like ever since I was a kid, right? That didn't know anything about anything in life. For as long as I can remember, like 20, maybe even 30 years that they've been here, like all of a sudden, just up and left. They're just gone. They moved over to another city. But there have also been a lot of new businesses sprouting up all over the city. What is that? Is that a daily commission? What? Huh. Not a daily commission. I think I remember this. I think this was like shoot slimes. I can't believe I missed this one. Oh no, not shoot slimes. It's barrels. Oh, you're right there. Oh, I guess I should go up there. Huh. Not even very far from the city. How did I miss that?
宝箱を残した人も契約に従ったのでしょうか。
Yeah, so like I don't know whether it's so far it's like if you look at it a certain way it's good, but if you look at it the other way it's also bad, because like I see a lot of people struggling now, but I also see a lot of people succeeding now. So I'm like I don't know if I should I don't know if I should feel good about it or not, but they certainly have gotten the economy going at the very least, which is good. Right, you know, transitions between economy not moving at all to economy all of a sudden moving, or vice versa, are very often it takes like several generations sometimes to like stabilize, and sometimes it takes like quite a while. Sometimes it just stabilizing, it just never happens. Like so basically nowadays what's happening is like a lot of unemployment, but also a lot of opportunity for employment, but mostly for young people, and unfortunately not a lot of employment for like the older people, unless if you just have a really good resume, if you just have a really good social circle already. But yeah, it's pretty rough for a bunch of people now, but a lot of young people now also have opportunity, which is, you know, it's good and bad. Like I guess, you know, you can't, I guess you can't always please everyone. You can't solve problem A without maybe making problem B. And sometimes you can't fix problem B without making problem A worse. Well, there's not really much else for me to do. I did, however, want to do the big world quest and Arlecchino story quest on this account, but I guess, you know, I guess I'll probably do that another time. I rambled so much this stream that it took me so long to do the event on my main account. At this point, I guess I just have to make sure that my resin's not gonna cap before the next daily server reset. I'm back. Hey, welcome back, Babish. How you doing, man? Your mouth is gonna hurt today, I guess? Oh, I mean, is the old talk over? Old talk? I guess so, yeah. I don't know. I've run, like, my rambling hasn't led to another topic. Man, like I certainly branch out very a lot when I start rambling, huh? It doesn't always happen. I don't always branch out. Like right now, for example, there was nothing for that topic, at least for me, to branch out into, and that's why, like, okay, I'm here, and now I'm just like twiddling my thumbs. I don't have anything else to do in Genshin, and also I have nothing else to talk about because like whatever I was talking about didn't branch out into another topic. Guys going, man. You know, like so I have modded, I think, like literally only 2 people on YouTube, Happy and April, I think, and that was like the only reason why I even did that was just so they could help me like ban the spam bots from back then, because like I was getting so many of them, like every stream, like one would come out, ban one, like, and then like throughout an entire, like just a 3-hour stream, I would probably have like a dozen spam bots that would come into chat and just spam links and stuff. So and then like since, you know, for a while, for a very long time now, I haven't gotten any of those spam bots, which is good. I'm happy about that. But and like I get weird people, you know. Every now and then there'll be somebody that comes into chat and be toxic, or if not toxic, then just be a little unhinged or on edge or whatever, or like, or they just want to talk about like something that, and then like a lot of people in chat are like, oh, we don't want to talk about that, or like our opinion is different than yours, right? Like it's fine. Like I really don't mind that, because, you know, again, free speech, right? And if I don't, you know, and if I don't like what you're talking about, or like if I think you're being inappropriate, or like, as you know, if you're being rude to, as long as you're not like you know, obviously it's online chat, they can't punch you. They can't physically assault you, so it's not really gonna affect you, unless if you're just that sensitive. right? Like if you're just that sensitive, I guess. But then I'm sorry. I'm also very old fashioned, and like I really just don't. I just am not very sensitive, I guess, to anything, especially if it's not true. Um. So yeah, I just ignore it. Like if I don't have anything to say about what you just said, I'll be like, oh, okay, cool. You're free to say whatever you want, as long as you're not like actually assaulting people, being disruptive to the majority of people. Like for example, okay, I don't have slow mode turned on, right? Which means if you want to spam, like anyone can spam. But then if you spam and then like we also got like a 10, 15 people like chatting at the same time in chat, then you're being disruptive. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We branched off into another topic, right? You're being disruptive, and like that's when like like you should stop, because while you're not hurting anyone physically, you're also making it so that like a proper conversation can't happen. So, yeah, right? Like, okay, sure, time out. And then, like, I won't, like, ban them, but I'll time them out. Like, and if they really want to come and hang out with us, they'll probably be back. Or they'll probably wait for the timeout. And if they come back and they don't want to get timed out anymore, okay, maybe they won't do the same thing again. But if they do, then okay, another timeout. And then another timeout, another timeout. At some point, if that's all you're here for, then you're just gonna keep getting timed out, and you really won't be able to do anything. And I remember like like a couple of weeks, no, months ago, there was this one dude that was just so disruptive. He would just come in here, like I would time out one account, come in with another account, timeout, okay, another account, another account, another account. At some point, probably timed out like every single one of his accounts, and then he was like, okay, well, I just don't want to bother with this anymore. So he just didn't come back. Right, so like I don't have to permaban someone, because if I permaban someone, like they'll just come back with another account, etc. Right? Because like if they learn their lesson, you can come back, you can come hang out with us again. Like as long as you learned your lesson, you like okay, like think about it, like oh hey, what's up, Fayu, Fo, is that Fo? I'm so sorry, that doesn't sound like an English word. It sounds like a European word, but I think that's pronounced foe. But hey, what's up, man? Fury. Oh, wait, Fury. Wait, I think I remember you. You've been here before, right? Name sounds familiar. Sometimes rotten. Rotten. They sometimes run the decorum of the chat. Yeah, that's true. Like some of them, they do, like they get they get people in chat riled up, and like at some point, like everyone's mood will be ruined. Like they'll like their day will be ruined, and they'll be like bitter for like the next few hours. Like I understand that, and that's unfortunate, yes, but it's a part of life. It happens, right? Like even if the internet didn't exist. Yes, 2 years ago. 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago? No wonder why I couldn't fully remember it. It just, like, in my mind, I was just thinking, that name sounds familiar. Really? Like, hey, glad to have you back again. How you doing, man? What have you been doing all this time? How's life? Shuri, nothing important. Fo is an OG. Whoa, what did I miss? Smells spicy in here? Well, it got spicy for a moment, but then because when people disruptive people, no, not even like, okay, not even like YouTube streaming, not even YouTube chat, whatever, just IRL, right? When I'm hanging out with a group of friends, right, like my classmates, for example, right, for example, in school, when I'm like sitting together with a couple of my classmates and we're all talking, like haha, making jokes, whatever, and then this one guy just comes in and then spoils the mood, just says like disagrees with everyone, like for all, and sometimes for no reason, and doesn't even contribute anything to the conversation, right? Like that just spoils the mood. And it's like at some point I'll just, okay, I just won't react to the dude, and I'll just wait, like see if the others react to it, and like okay, it's up to them. And then like at some point, if the conversation just sort of ended, like it just doesn't have any meaning anymore, then I'll just like get up and leave. Right? Like just IRL, it's just how I would do things. Like if I don't like you, then I won't tell you that I don't like you unless if, you're being disruptive to me or harassing me or physically assaulting me. But I also won't keep listening to you. Was it the Wuwa is better than Genshin, or ZZZ is better than Genshin guy? No, there was a different guy. It was a new guy. Yeah, like he was like I at some point I talked about Google, and then I had like a not just a idea, right? Just a conclusion, just a guess that I think of why Google just has so many different AI products. Like they had like OK Google, and then they had Google Assistant, and then Bard, and then now Gemini. Like they just can't get their, they just can't go straight one direction. And then like I talked about like this video that I heard, this opinion that I heard from someone on YouTube, and then it had to do with like a lot of with Indians being tech executives, and then like it had to do with corporate politics, and the guy just like went on like with politics, and just you know just I don't know, like he was just like saying, oh, this that politics, and sure, okay, maybe that's his opinion, right? Like he's free to share it, but then like it wasn't, and thankfully he wasn't spamming. I appreciate it. He was just sharing his opinion. I didn't really have anything to add to it because obviously I'm not Indian. I don't know anything about Indian politics, whatever. So I was just okay, sure, you share your opinion, but then like I don't really have anything to add to that. So I'm not saying I ignored it. In fact, I read a lot of his messages. I just didn't have anything to say about it. Right? Okay. Another thing is when when I don't like someone, like okay, earlier I mentioned this. When I don't like someone, I don't tell them I don't like them. I just don't really have anything to say to them. Like I don't know. Like I just won't want to talk to you. I won't be rude to you. I'll still listen to you if you talk to me, but I really will actively find an excuse to get away from you. I will like I will do my homework just so I have an excuse so that you won't talk to me anymore. I will do my homework. I will do chores. Yeah, like I'll do something that I've had to do for a long time and just didn't do because I didn't really need to do it. It wasn't urgent, but now I can use it as an excuse to not talk to you because I don't want to talk to you. Because like I find that the topics that you're interested in are topics that I'm not interested in. It doesn't have to be something stupid. It just has, it's just, if I think it's just not interesting to me, then like, yeah, that's it. Just simple. And it's an IRL thing. It's not an internet thing. It's not a streamer thing. It's just me. Random dude who wanted to mess up peace here. Then I guess no, I don't know. Like I didn't really get that vibe to it, like from him, that he just wanted to make a mess. Like he wanted to disrupt people. There really are just people like that who have a very strong opinion about something, and they just want to share that opinion. And some people like their opinion is so strong about something, and well, the truth is modern times, a lot of people think that they're right about it, the things that they believe in. They have beliefs, and they think that their beliefs are right. and they think that everyone should believe in the same things that they believe in. And now, I haven't really noticed where this behavior. I'm sure this behavior has always been here, right? Like it's a human behavior, but then it's just gotten so prevalent in the last couple of decades. I think, like in the last like 1 to 2 decades, where everyone thinks everyone should listen to them. Like a lot of people will think everyone should listen to them and like believe everything they say and should preach the same things that they're preaching. And yeah, I think those were just his beliefs, and maybe he was just that kind of person. But you know, again, no problem with that. He's same person as we are. So as long as he's not being disruptive, he's not assaulting anyone, right? Like it's fine. I just stopped playing Genshin for a long time ago. Now I want to play. Then I remembered you. Oh, I appreciate it, man. Of all the people you could have remembered, you remembered me. That's so sweet, man. Thank you, Fury. Also, a long time ago. So when's the last time you played Genshin? Like, who was? Do you remember what version it was, or like what region was it? Like, did you even see Sumeru, or did you see Inazuma? Because he's like 2 years ago, right? Weird fetishes, and who wanted the government to provide. Well, yeah, right. Like, oh, I think I remember a message about weed in there at some point. So it's possible. Maybe he was just stoned. Maybe he was just stoned, and then they just randomly clicked on the internet and then found my way to this stream. And then, like, maybe he was just stoned, right? Like, think about it. Drunk people do stupid things. Right, so obviously stoned people will do stoned people things. Right, so again, I can't fault people for behavior like that. That's, you know, those are their life choices, as long as they're not disrupting people. 2.6 or 2.7. Wow, no Sumeru, dude. Wow, you've missed a lot. Now, thankfully, you don't have to go to Sumeru to go to Fontaine. Thankfully. So if you don't care about Sumeru very much, and as long as you don't pull for characters that need materials from Sumeru, you'll be fine. But if you do, then okay, you have a lot to catch up on. Oh no, the R&R quest. No. Okay, never mind. Positive thoughts. Positive thoughts. We're not, you know, like, all right, like, no. Hey, Sumeru's cool. Right? He's he's playing Genshin again. Positive thoughts. Positive vibes. Nothing wrong with Sumeru. Sumeru's awesome. Stop it, Babish. Okay, sure. Okay, cool. I mean, like, who knows, right? He might actually enjoy it. I knew Sumeru, but it's this time I'm only watching you play. Oh, I see. You weren't playing anymore. You were still watching. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, Sumeru was a big thing, and like, even though I don't like exploring Sumeru, is like it's just like, look at how big this place is. Right? And like, okay, so you see the surface. There's like a ton of underground. There's an underground here. Underground, like, very big underground here. Very big underground here as well. A very big underground here. And like all of this. And like there's underground everywhere. Yes. It was just too much for me. So exploration, couldn't really care much for it, but as long as I unlocked the map, that was the only goal I had for Sumeru, because one of the best characters came out of Sumeru that, you know, that we have was still definitely until today, one of the best characters, Nahida, right, came out of Sumeru. And obviously she's the Dendro Archon, so obviously her materials are going to come from Sumeru. Um, who else? Oh, Alhaitham. Wait, Sumeru characters? Hang on. Sumeru characters. Sumeru characters. Nahida, Alhaitham. Let's see. Who else? Okay, Kali, Tainari, Dori, Candice, Sino. I guess Nilu kinda. Nilu's pretty good. Nahida as well. I guess technically, yeah, Wander is Sumerian. Kinda, in a way. He's a pretty good DPS. Alhaitham, definitely very good character. That's it. Well, but yeah, they are very good characters. Yeah, Nahida and Alhaitham. Sumerian, what's next? Romarian? Okay. I mean, like, Fontanian. Mondstadtian? What do you call someone from Mondstadt? Liyuan. Liyuan? Isn't that a... Is there an NPC named Liyuan? It sounds familiar. Don't worry if I caught up to everything in 4 months. 4 months? Well, although in his case, that was everything, right? Like, beginning from Mondstadt. So, like, Sumeru, probably a couple of days. No, maybe not days. Like, a few weeks. Zumanium. It sounds like I'm naming a new element. Well, yeah, because Yum. Elementium. Platinum. Yun is typically the yun or un is typically the suffix. The suffix, yeah, suffix for like a person that comes from a certain nation. So Inazumian. Inazuman? Oh, okay, that actually sounds right. Inazuman. Fontanian is right. Okay, Fontanian, yeah, okay. Sumerian sounds right, but it also sounds like librarian. And I mean, like, it's not inappropriate, I think, because, like Sumeru, wisdom, library, books, wisdom. So I guess went through Sumeru in 2 weeks, took another 2 weeks. All of Sumeru 2 weeks. Also 2 weeks. Aranara quest. Oh man, I remember the Aranara quest. I think I did the R&R. I don't remember doing the R&R quest in one go, in one stream. If I did, then it probably was like a 4 or 5 hour quest, doing nothing but the R&R chain. And that killed my mouse. Like, really. My Logitech G105, what was it? Like something, I think it was Pro. Yeah, Logitech G105 Pro died in Sumeru because of all the dialogue skipping that I had to do. 4 months is a long time for me. Well, I mean, like, if you're bored, if you're just looking for a video game to play, then like it's you could do that. You could do Genshin, but hey, there's a bunch of other games coming out as well. Wuthering Waves is one that a lot of people are looking out for. When is it even releasing? I think it's releasing very soon, right? Wuthering Waves, AFK Journey. A lot of people, a lot of Genshin players also talked about. It's an AFK game, however, and apparently it's an AFK game that, at least according to the things I'm hearing about it, you don't actually need to be online to be quote unquote AFK, like to do the AFK part. Your account will just keep going even if you're offline. So I guess that's something. But I'm also hearing from a lot of people that it's very grindy, and like, it's understandable. It is an AFK game after all, right? Like, if you somehow get to end game with very little grinding, then like it'll end up like Genshin very soon, right? Like, where there's just nothing to do. You said 4 months is a lot to complete Genshin. If you want that gameplay experience, play HSR. No, he wasn't demotivating. Thriller wasn't demotivating Fury. He was trying to upsell HSR. He was trying to, he was trying to sales talk him into his HSR. But yeah, like I really don't know about HSR. Like I'm sure it's a good game. It's just not for me. It's a turn-based game. I'm just not very much into turn-based games. Also, HSR appreciates their player base. Hey, that part is certainly true. In Genshin, it's debatable. Genshin's very debatable. But the fact that it's like that fact is solid and it's not even debatable in Star Rail. Yeah, that's that's a good thing. That's a compliment for Star Rail. TCG with good graphics. That's exactly what. Okay, obviously I don't play HSR, right? So and I'm sure there's like a lot more depth to it, but the timing was just a little too convenient, right? Like they at some point they were developing HSR, and then at some point TCG came out, and then like 1 or 2 months later, Star Rail came out. So, right? Now I'm sure that was probably not the plan, but they probably just decided, okay, let's add this game mode to Genshin so that we can get testing data, and then we'll apply it to HSR before we release it. And then, alright, at least this is one other thing that our players can interact with in Genshin. So it was like a win-win. They already had the code in there for a turn-based game. The only difference is that like in the base code for a turn-based game it's right there, right? Like the other complicated part is like Genshin's like unique elemental system. Like obviously versus Star Rail has a very different elemental system. But then like it's like turn-based game, right? Like you take stats into account, take speed into account. Who goes next? Who goes next? Who goes next? How much damage are they doing? How many characters are they hitting? Right? Like etc. Like so the base code is there, and if you have a developer working on one game type, like a certain very specific niche game type, like a turn-based game, then that means that they're just as easily able to develop another turn-based game. Right, so if you already have a lead developer working on this game type, I'm sure they can also lead develop the same game type in a different game. You will surely get more than 3 wishes. Oh, that's a burn. Ooh. Wonder what would have been our community reaction if they had given 10 wishes in an inbox. That was 3 wishes in game events. I think the reaction would have been, oh, cool. Yes, and that's really it. Because we get 10 wishes during Lantern, right? Is it 10? Yes. Well, about 20, I think. But we get like basically just log in. You don't even have to play the game, just log in, and then 10 for free. Right, every lantern, right? And then everyone's like, oh, cool, oh, this is awesome, all right, thank you. And then they'll wish, and then they're like, okay, they don't get anything good, and then they'll just go on a 6-month break from the game, right? It's nothing too big, but if they give some crazy like 40 pulls, then you got people talking. But that's never gonna happen in Genshin. But 3 pulls was, that was an insult. They should have never even given even 3 pulls. Lantern Night much more fun to play. Yeah, because there's like a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, people really get to talking. Like the media really get to talking during Lantern Night. It's mean HSR character is easier to wish. Sorry, I'm afraid I don't play Star Rail Fury, so I don't really know much about it. These guys do though. Anyway, I think I'm just rambling nowadays. Like I'm not even moving my character anymore. I don't want to take up too much of your guys' time. Sorry, excuse me, it's getting kind of late. So anyway, I think that's gonna be it for today. So for anyone who needs any help building their characters accounts, making a decision on which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in a pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want to ask for my opinion specifically, you can just ping me. My name is Elvis Einstein on our Discord server. Of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you so much, guys, for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Yeah, bye, guys. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Go touch grass now. And you know, you don't have, you know, somebody being rude to you. Like as long as you're not assaulting you or like harassing you, please don't punch them in the face. Just properly ignore them. And if they do assault you or harass you, then you can punch them in the face. Or just call the cops. Like you could just do that, sure. Or call security. You know, you don't have to incriminate yourself. Like, I would prefer you don't punch anyone in the face nowadays. Alright, bye everyone.